My beloved child, stop scrolling. Stop running. Be still. This is the precise moment the battle breaks. I, the Lord your God, have summoned you to hear me right now because your test is finally over today. Heaven refuses to stay silent any longer regarding your life. What you are about to hear isn't just a message, it is a divine intervention, a holy interruption sent to shift everything in your atmosphere. Listen closely. Do not blink. Do not back out. Do not come halfway into a word meant to carry you all the way through to your destiny. I am going to uncover what has been hidden, answer what has been aching in your chest, and call forth what has been buried under the weight of your worry. If you will stay until the final word, I will mark you with a blessing that cannot be undone. But if you walk away too soon, you might miss the very key that was custom made to break your delay. So stay locked in, stay listening, because what comes next is your confirmation. My beloved child, quiet the thoughts that keep running in circles within your heart because I need you to hear me clearly. I am speaking not through the haze of your fatigue or the echoes of your fear, but with the full authority of a love that only I can speak. The test is over. Do you hear me? It was just delayed, not extended, not pending resolution. It is finished. The heavens, which once watched silently as you endured pain no one else could see, are now bursting with movement, motion, and meaning. I have summoned the attention of angels. I have silenced the distractions of the world, and I have leaned in close to whisper this one unshakable truth into the deepest chambers of your spirit. Your struggle has reached its conclusion. Your testing season, that long valley of unanswered questions, the quiet cries under your breath, the nights you thought might swallow your hope, it has all come to its appointed end. I did not overlook your cries. I was not late in my response. I was watching, weighing, measuring, and now I am moving. And this is not just any movement, but decisive movement. The kind that shifts realities and alters outcomes. The kind that says, enough. I want you to understand that this ending did not come because your strength ran out, but because your faith held steady, even when it flickered like a fragile flame in the wind. I saw you, my child. I watched as you stood when others would have fallen. I felt your trembling hands continue to reach for me when your circumstances mocked your belief. And today, all of heaven responds, not with a whisper, but with a declaration. The heavens are no longer silent. The test is over. You need to let this truth settle into the soil of your soul. Let it sink in deep. Not as a vague encouragement, but as a divine announcement sealed by the authority of the one who holds eternity. There is nothing random about this moment. It is sacred. It is the collision point of time and destiny. And I have chosen this very breath, this very beat of your heart, to speak directly into the chambers of your weariness and say, you have endured. You have passed through the fire, and now I will respond. The silence you once feared was never absence. It was strategy. I was quiet not because I was distant, but because I was preserving the fullness of this very release. I didn't want to give you temporary relief. I was orchestrating a final resolution, and now the shift is irreversible. I am speaking in ways that no doubt can drown out, in a voice that bypasses every earthly limitation. My words are not just ideas, they are forces. They create. I release, I transform, and my words over you today carry the full weight of deliverance. I am ending what needed to end, not with noise, but with authority. You don't have to plead anymore. You don't have to perform. You don't have to try and prove why you deserve relief. I have already decided. The test is over, not because of what you did, but because of who you allowed me to be in the middle of your storm. And now I will begin to unfold what silence could not say. A story not marked by trials anymore, but by testimony. I am shifting the ink in your narrative from endurance to evidence, from testing to triumph. Breathe, beloved. This is the moment your soul has been waiting for. I have watched the secret rivers that no one else noticed. Rivers of tears that flowed not from your eyes alone, but from the depths of your soul. Those tears that soaked your pillows. Those quiet nights when the world slept, but your pain was wide awake. They did not escape my sight. The world saw your smile, but I saw your sobs. They saw your strength, but I held your weakness. And I want you to know something eternal. Something unshakable. Every tear was counted, collected, and cradled in the hands that crafted the stars. I never turned away. I never brushed off your brokenness like dust from a crowded table. I drew closer with each tear. I leaned in with every silent scream. You were not ignored. You were immortalized in the memory of heaven. Your pain was not invisible. It was holy. Consecrated in my presence, reverberating through the halls of eternity, louder than any song sung by angels. You see, heaven is not impressed by noise, it is moved by authenticity, and your cries were a symphony of truth. They moved me, they moved angels, they moved time itself. You felt like nothing was shifting, but I was shaping everything. Do you know what it means when I say your tears reached my throne? It means they traveled beyond the veil of time, pierced through every layer of spiritual resistance, and landed in the very center of where power resides. They became petitions soaked in pain but saturated in purity. They became incense rising into the atmosphere of glory, and I breathed them in like fragrance from a garden of suffering. Child, I did not ignore your sorrow. I inhabited it. I sat with you in the midnight hour. I was the unseen embrace when no arms wrapped around you. I was the warmth that tried to break through the cold weight of loneliness. I did not need you to speak out loud because your spirit was louder than words. Every moan, every groan, every silent exhale of despair was heard as if shouted from mountaintops. You think silence meant indifference? No, child. Silence meant sacred listening. And let me say this with all the weight of heaven's language. Nothing you went through was wasted. No moment of aching was thrown away. No night of trembling was trivial. The universe may have moved on without acknowledging your suffering, but I did not. The throne of the Almighty was shaken with compassion every time your head sank into the damp pillow, and those invisible wars you fought in your mind, the torment, the questioning, the wrestling, they are over now. I have rendered judgment in your favor. I have declared divine compensation for every unnoticed stake. The reward is not random. The shift is not casual. What I am bringing now has the same weight as your tears, and even more because you didn't stop praying when the heavens felt ironclad. You didn't stop hoping when despair tried to devour your dreams. You held on. That is why I'm rushing now to deliver what I have stored in holy patience. The battle was hidden, but the blessing will be public. The suffering was private, but the reward will be undeniable. Others may not understand what is about to unfold in your life. And that is okay, because this isn't about applause, this is about acknowledgement. I am acknowledging you in the language only you and I speak, the language of redemption. And listen again, not one tear dried in vain. The wetness of your agony was watering the soil of your destiny. Those tears were seeds, and now the harvest is upon you. The first fruit of what you thought died in darkness is about to bloom in brilliance. Get ready for compensation without comparison. You were faithful in obscurity, so I am releasing you into a season of outrageous, overflowing, overwhelming favor, the kind that makes even angels sing louder. This isn't random, this is righteous, this is restoration. Because your cries cracked open the heavens, and now I am responding with a downpour that can't be delayed. So breathe. Smile again. Weep if you must, but this time let the tears fall for joy. The throne that received your pain is now issuing your breakthrough. Your tears are returning in triumph. My child, let me open your eyes to something hidden in plain sight. Your testing wasn't measured by how many scriptures you quoted, how many prayers you perfected, or how many answers you grasped. No, the deepest final question of this divine exam was simpler but weightier than all those things. It was this: would you keep walking when you couldn't see the path? Would you take another step, not because you understood, but because you trusted? That was the beloved question, and you passed it. Not with flourish, but with faith. Not with confidence, but with courage. Every trembling step you took in the dark was marked in gold in heaven's records. Every time you chose obedience over understanding, surrender over strategy, devotion over definition, I smiled, because while others demanded clarity, you chose covenant, and that kind of faith is rare. That kind of love is holy. You see, this exam wasn't one the world could grade. They couldn't see the depth of the silence you endured. They couldn't hear the prayers you whispered under your breath while smiling through cracked lips. They didn't notice the moment you chose to forgive again, even when resentment felt justified. But I saw it. I saw you walk with no map, pray with no tidy line, love with no applause. That was the exam. You were being tested not just in hardship, but in hiddenness. The classroom was your ordinary days. The question paper was your daily choices, and the answer key was in my heart. The heart that kept watching you grow more beautiful under pressure. You didn't crumble, child. You climbed, and you didn't even know it. You thought you were surviving, but you were ascending, and now I will reward not just your endurance, but your evolution. Let me say this with holy clarity. You thought you needed answers to keep going, but what you really needed was to keep going without them, and you did. That is why I am proud of you. You didn't worship me for clarity, you worshiped me in confusion. And that, my beloved, is the truest form of trust. I want you to know that while you waited for direction, I was watching for your devotion, and you gave it. Even in the fog, even in the frustration, you never fully walked away. Even when your heart felt fractured, that is what moved me. You never got the explanation you wanted because I was writing a revelation bigger than your questions. And now I can finally unfold it. The silence is breaking not because you earned it, but because you endured it. You waited long enough. You trusted deep enough. And now I am ready to unveil what the test was truly for. So don't look back in regret. Don't ask, why did it take so long? Ask instead, what are you about to reveal? Because now, child, the exam has ended, and the results will be glorious. What is ahead of you will make the years of confusion look like preparation for the breathtaking. This shift will not just change your season, it will change your identity. No longer the tested, now the trusted. No longer the wandering, now the appointed. You kept walking when the road was invisible, so now I am clearing the fog, revealing the horizon, and placing your feet on paths only the faithful walk. This is the reward of silent obedience. This is the honor of hidden perseverance. Get ready to move from mystery into manifestation, because the final question has been answered, and your answer was faith. My beloved, the world asked you for performance. The world expected polish, but I, your Father, never sought your perfection. I wasn't waiting for flawless words, faultless decisions, or fear-free days. No, I was watching for something rarer, something deeper, perseverance. And you gave it to me. You gave me everything when you had almost nothing left. You didn't know it, but every shaky breath, every trembling yes, every quiet choice to believe when doubt roared like a lion, that was what I was after. I was not measuring your perfection. I was recording your persistence. You showed me a kind of faith that didn't need the spotlight to be sacred. You bled, but you kept moving. You wept, but you kept walking. And I want you to hear this like thunder in your soul. I saw every drop. Even when the wounds were invisible to others, those soul bruises that couldn't be bandaged, those heartbreaks you tucked behind a smile, I saw it all. You were pierced by disappointment, cut by betrayal, scraped by circumstance, but still you pressed forward. You didn't run from me when it hurt. You leaned in with shaking hands and whispered, "Still, I trust you." Do you realize what that does to my heart? It stirs heaven. It moves the heavens to attention. Because while others waited for proof before they believed, you gave me your belief without proof. You passed the test of pain, not because you performed like a saint, but because you persisted like a child who knew their father was still holding them even in the dark. I didn't need you to be perfect. I needed you to be present, and you were bleeding, aching, exhausted, but you were present. Let me remind you now with my own voice. Pain does not disqualify you. Bleeding does not make you broken beyond use. In fact, I often do my greatest work through the wounded. Those who walk with a limp, who have bled in the shadows, who carry scars the world can't see, those are the ones I trust with glory. The ones who didn't let the wound become a wall. The ones who didn't let the injury eclipse their identity. And that is you, my child. You never saw it. But the very moments you wanted to collapse, those were the moments that were coronations in the spirit. You thought you were crawling through shame, but you were actually being crowned in silence. Because I choose those who keep pressing forward through pain. I anoint those who stay in the room when others exit through ease. I empower those who remain faithful when no one claps, when no one sees, when no one understands. That is who you are to me. Not the perfect one, but the persevering one. So from this day forward, do not let shame wrap itself around your weaknesses. Do not confuse wounds with weakness. Your bleeding didn't make you less to me. It made you deeper. It made you dangerous to the enemy. It made you eligible for the elevation I am about to release. Because now I can trust you not just with breakthrough, but with burden. Not just with blessing, but with boldness. I can trust you with my glory, because you didn't abandon me when it cost you everything. You prove that perseverance isn't glamorous, but it is glorious. And that is what heaven celebrates today. Not your perfection, but your persistence, your pulse, your pressing forward even when you wanted to shut down. I am not giving you a blessing because you passed a moral checklist. I am giving you a mantle because you refused to let go. And that, child, is why everything changes now. My child, listen to me now with the ears of your spirit. Not everything that is mocked is meaningless, and not everything that is praised carries power. You stood in a season of ridicule, didn't you? You felt the sting of being misunderstood, misjudged, and misrepresented. Others ran ahead. Others vaunted what they called favor while you stood still in obedience, your hands empty, your name forgotten. But I want you to know what really happened. While others mocked your waiting, I was marking it. I was engraving every minute into the ledger of eternity. What they saw as your failure, I recorded as your faithfulness. What they called delay, I defined as divine alignment. The world called you stagnant, but heaven called you steadfast. And child, in my kingdom, steadfastness carries weight, eternal weight. You see, I weigh differently than men. I measure moments not by speed, but by surrender, not by noise, but by nobility of spirit. While others sprinted ahead in pride, you knelt in silence with reverence. While they pointed fingers, you lifted your hands, and I didn't miss 1 second of it. Not 1 hour of your sacred stillness went unrecorded. In fact, your waiting became a weapon. It silenced lies. It dismantled timelines built on pressure. It dethroned false urgency. And in doing so, it opened the gates for my timing, which is never rushed, never random, never wrong. The weight you felt in the wait was not punishment, it was preparation. It was glory stretching your soul, not punishment crushing your spirit. And now the same weight others mocked is the same weight that is turning into divine influence. I know it didn't feel like it at the time. I know the silence felt like abandonment. I know the stillness felt like a sentence. But now I am turning what was hidden into honor. And listen to this, because it will shake the shame off your memory. I let them mock because I knew they wouldn't matter in the miracle. They will not be able to take credit for what I am about to do in your life. The mouths that mocked your posture will be silenced by your promotion. The voices that questioned your calling will be muted by my movement. Not because you will seek revenge, but because my justice is not reactive, it is restorative. I restore what mockery tried to strip. I redeem what waiting tried to cry out, and I return with interest what others called waste. There is no wasted waiting in my kingdom, so stand tall now. Your posture in the waiting has made you a warrior in the spirit. And I am placing upon you a mantle that others skipped because they couldn't sit long enough to receive it. You dared, you waited, you watched, you wept, you worshipped, and now you will walk not empty-handed, but eternally weighted with my glory. I am releasing not just blessing, but glory. Not just answers, but authority. Not just breakthrough, but beauty forged in the stillness of trust. What I give next will not come with strings. It will come with substance, and it will silence every scoffing voice. You were never forgotten. You were being formed. And now that formation is finished and fulfillment is about to flood your life. You will never view waiting the same again, because now you will carry what others couldn't wait long enough to receive. My beloved child, let me take you back to those nights. Those long, breathless nights when quitting didn't just whisper, it screamed. Do you remember when the weight on your shoulders became so familiar it felt like your own skin? When prayers turned to please and please turned to silence, and the silence echoed louder than thunder in your chest. But here is the miracle. You didn't quit. You may have slowed your steps. You may have crumpled to your knees, but you never let go. You never laid down your covenant. You never cursed me. Even when your heart was hemorrhaging from confusion, others would have walked away. Others did walk away. But you stayed. And child, that is not weakness. That is warriorhood. That is the kind of strength that makes the heavens sing and the darkness tremble. You didn't realize it then, but your persistence was not just survival, it was prophecy. You were preaching sermons in the silence, declaring, even when he says nothing, I know he is still good. I want to tell you what I saw while the world slept. I saw your fists unclench in surrender instead of rage. I saw you choose mercy over bitterness. I saw the sacred war inside your soul between disappointment and devotion. And you kept choosing me again and again. Every time you whispered, I trust you, through clenched teeth and tear-stained sheets, the ground beneath your feet became holy. The angels recorded it not as routine, but as reverence. Because when silence feels like rejection and you still hold on, that is not ordinary faith. That is eternal fire. I need you to know. The universe tilted in your favor every time you made the hard choice to stay. You didn't know it, but all of heaven was watching, holding its breath, waiting to see if you would still believe. And you did. So now I have a divine obligation to respond, because I do not ignore covenant. I do not overlook faithfulness. And child, what you sowed in surrender is about to return in unspeakable supply. Others may have looked at your life and thought, why haven't they given up yet? But that's because they didn't know what I knew. They didn't see the supernatural scaffolding I was building beneath your brokenness. They didn't hear the covenant you whispered in the dark. They didn't watch the moment you stood up from despair, shaky but still standing. But I did. I was there. And I will not let your loyalty go unrewarded. I will not allow your refusal to curse me to be forgotten. That is why this shift will be so sharp, so swift, so stunning. Because I am moving in honor of your restraint. You passed a test most don't even recognize. You didn't trade faith for bitterness. You didn't swap hope for hardness. And now I will flood your life with favor that reflects the depth of your refusal to abandon me. The very silence that haunted you is about to be replaced by a symphony of answers. The same stillness that tested you will become the soil for my most extravagant demonstration. So take a deep breath. This isn't a fairy tale reward. This is a faith-tested revelation. The blessing coming won't be just for show, it will be for substance. Because the one who stayed through silence is the one I can trust with sound. I am giving you a new sound, not one of sorrow, but of strength. A sound that breaks chains, silences shame, and declares, this one didn't quit. You are that one, child. And now I will show you what I do for those who hold on when quitting whispers loudest. I will shout back with glory. I will answer with fire. I will reward with rest. The time has come not just for your relief, but for your recognition. And I, the Lord who sees the hidden heart, have come to call your perseverance holy. Listen to me, beloved. Today is not just another day. It is not another mile in the desert, not another chapter of wandering. Today, this very breath carries a decree from my throne. Heaven has declared it. The test is over. The examination is complete. The trial has ended. You are no longer in the proving ground. You are stepping into the promised place. The pressure to survive, to explain yourself, to defend your choices, to keep pushing when your soul screamed for rest, it ends now. I have drawn a divine line in the sand of your suffering, and I have said, this far and no further. You are not under scrutiny anymore. You are under sovereignty. And that shift, my child, changes everything. Let me say it clearly. No more proving. You do not need to prove your strength. You do not need to validate your worth. You do not need to convince anyone of your calling. That season has expired. What I placed inside you is not up for debate. I know who you are, and I am no longer asking you to carry the weight of identity on wounded shoulders. The page has turned. You don't live in the old chapter anymore. That chapter was survival. This chapter is sovereign supply. That chapter was midnight prayers and morning weariness. This chapter is morning joy that interrupts the pain like sunlight breaking through a prison wall. You are not surviving anymore. You are stepping into fullness. Stepping into favor, stepping into the part of the story where the author himself turns the plot toward promise. Let that truth soak into your soul. The page has turned, and I didn't turn it slowly. I didn't fold the corner with hesitation. I turned it with authority. I turned it with urgency. I turned it with tears in my own eyes, because I saw what it cost you to get here. And now that the page is turned, the enemy cannot flip it back. What I have ended, no man can reopen. What I have closed, no shame can resurrect. This is not just a new chapter, it is a new covenant. And in this covenant, you won't have to beg to be seen. You won't have to claw your way into blessings. I am releasing them not because you shouted the loudest, but because you stayed the longest. You endured the hardest seasons, and now you will enjoy the most sacred ones. So walk with boldness now. I did not bring you this far to leave you empty-handed at the edge of your becoming. I am delivering joy in full measure, peace without condition, provision without pressure. You are not being rescued, you are being revealed. The page has turned, child. And the ink I am writing with now is soaked in oil. The oil of anointing, of authority, of arrival. You will feel it. Others will see it. Not because you are trying to prove anything, but because my presence on you will say everything. Welcome to the other side of the test. Welcome to the part of the story where promises wake up and walk into your reality. The silence has ended. The season has shifted, and I, your father, your faithful author, am writing something undeniable from this moment on. My child, let me open your spirit to something that time tried to conceal. What you called delay, what you whispered about in private, what you wrestled with behind closed doors was never a denial of destiny. That was divine timing. It was precision hidden beneath the appearance of postponement. I wasn't holding you back. I was holding you together for the exact moment that would carry the greatest weight. You saw time ticking. I saw divine timing. You felt forgotten. I was setting the stage. You thought the blessing missed your address. But in truth, I was guarding what others would have squandered, protecting what pride would have polluted, and preserving what required maturity to carry. I never delayed out of indifference. I delayed out of intimacy, because this unveiling, this shift, this sacred release could not be shared with crowds. It was carved specifically for you. Do you understand what that means? It means that while others sprinted ahead, celebrated milestones, and seemed to leap forward into opportunities, I was hiding something holy just beneath the surface of your stillness. I wasn't just managing your life. I was masterfully aligning every unseen detail with eternal intent. And now that season of divine delay has completed its work. The veil is thinning. The mystery is becoming movement. And what you feared might never come. The breakthrough, the healing, the clarity is now stepping out of hiding. I was never late. I was perfecting the path. The delay was never rejection. It was refinement. I was preparing a stage not just for blessing, but for beholding. Because what I am about to reveal to you isn't just provision. It is proof. Proof that I never forgot. Proof that I didn't miss the cries you whispered into your pillow. Proof that my silence wasn't distance, it was design. I want you to see how I wrapped your miracle in mystery, not to torment you, but to teach you to trust what couldn't be traced. This delay taught you how to listen when the world was loud. It taught you how to discern when the door remained shut. And now the unveiling begins. But child, this unveiling isn't just the opening of a door. It is the revelation of who you have become in the wait. You are not the same person who started this journey. You are deeper, truer. You carry substance now, and substance survives storms. I delayed the moment so I could develop the messenger. I held back the release until your spirit could hold what your mouth was praying for. And now, because you stayed, because you waited, because you didn't force the outcome, I am about to hand you something others couldn't even dream of holding. And let me say this, what is being unveiled cannot be imitated. It cannot be copied, claimed, or contaminated because it is yours. Authored by my hands, sealed with your obedience, released at the intersection of suffering and surrender. No one else can carry it because no one else carried what you did. And this, my child, is why the unveiling had to wait. Because what I am giving you is not a response to pressure. It is a reward for posture. You kept your posture humble, your heart surrendered, your hands open. So now I am releasing something tailor-made. And the unveiling won't be subtle. It will be sacred, stunning, and swift. So do not mourn the delay anymore. Celebrate the divine timing because the hour has come. And I, your God, am stepping forward, not with explanation but with evidence. Child, lean in now. This moment requires your spirit to listen beyond what your history tells you. You believe this journey, this relentless wilderness was about endurance, and yes, you endured. Yes, you survived when everything said you should have sunk. But hear me now. This was never about how much you could carry. It was about what I was preparing to pour and whether your spirit was ready to receive. You thought I was testing your limits. I was actually enlarging your capacity. You thought the suffering was just proving your strength. But I was preparing your soul for something so substantial, so sacred, so soaked in glory, that anything less than full maturity would have shattered under its weight. I wasn't demanding endurance, I was delivering elevation, and that kind of rise requires rooting. You see it now. Every delay, every dry place, every confusing season, it wasn't about endurance alone. It was about expansion. I was stretching your understanding, softening your grip on outcomes, and maturing the parts of your faith that still depended on comfort. Because I knew what was coming. I knew the size of the gift, the scope of the call, the strength required to carry what I had carved for you before time began. And I couldn't place glory into the hands of immaturity. So I waited. I pruned. I allowed the fire not to consume you, but to consecrate you. I let the pressure push out the poison of self-reliance. I let the silence deepen your sensitivity. I let the disappointment shape your discernment. Because what I am releasing now isn't for survival, it is for stewardship. And only a matured spirit can steward what I am about to release. Listen carefully. I was never asking, how much more can you take? I was whispering, how deep can you trust? Because the weight of what is next isn't measured in minutes or miracles. It is measured in maturity. The kind of maturity that doesn't panic in silence, doesn't flinch when doors close, doesn't crumble when applause disappears. You have grown. You have matured. You have come out of the fire with eyes that see differently, hands that carry differently, a heart that hears me clearly. You have become the kind of vessel I can trust, not just with blessing, but with blueprints. You will not just receive, you will rebuild. You will not just overflow, you will orchestrate. Because this next move isn't just about you. It is about the lives your obedience will touch. And so I say to you now with the full weight of heaven's authority, it begins. The release begins, not because you have performed perfectly, but because your spirit is finally ready. You have outgrown the old wineskin. You have graduated from the shallow. You have let me shape you in the shadows. And now, child, you are standing in the moment I reserved all along. The release will not trickle. It will flood. And it will not be random. It will be righteous, because it's not the reward for endurance. It is the result of maturity. And that maturity has made room for manifestation. So receive it now without apology, without hesitation, without shame. You are not just ready, you are ripe. And heaven never releases glory to an unripe spirit. So lift your head, spread your arms, breathe in the shift. What I am pouring out was always yours. I was just waiting until you could hold it. My child, I know the phrase "not yet" has felt like a punishment, like a closed gate when your soul was begging to run. I know how many times you stood at the threshold of what looked like destiny, only to hear the still small delay. You didn't understand it then. You called it disappointment, disqualification, even divine distance. But now, let me unravel the truth like a sealed scroll opening before your eyes. Every "not yet" was never a rejection. It was redirection. Every pause was protection. Every postponement was a shield. I wasn't saying no, I was saying not yet. Because what I have for you is too precious to be poured into unready places. You weren't being punished. You were being preserved for a release that required timing sharper than a blade, weightier than a mountain, and wiser than the world. You see it now. What felt like a delay was actually a divine dance of orchestration. I was aligning hearts, shifting atmospheres, silencing counterfeit doors that would have stolen your energy and fractured your focus. I was hiding you from assignments that looked good, but carried poison in their promises. I wasn't just delaying you. I was delivering you from distraction. I was waiting not until the world was ready, but until you were rooted. I didn't want you to fumble favor in fatigue. I wanted you to walk in it with fullness. That is why I waited. That is why I whispered "not yet." And child, hear me with the ears of eternity. What I am about to hand you now is not delayed harvest. It is perfectly ripened promise. It couldn't have come a moment sooner. If I had given it earlier, it would have broken you. But now it will build you. It will bless you without burden. It will pour into you without piercing your peace. You have grown into this moment. Do you realize that? You have stretched, toughened, deepened. What you once would have trampled through, you now approach with reverence. The maturity in you today is the answer to the "not yet" of yesterday. And because of that growth, I can now unlock what I sealed. The treasure I have kept, untouched by time, unspoiled by others, unclaimed by anything false. It is yours. I stored it in silence so the enemy couldn't find it. I buried it in stillness so no counterfeit could claim it. And now I am revealing it with joy, with thunder, with tenderness. You thought you missed it, but child, it was never late. It was waiting on you, not on your works, not on your perfection, but on your capacity to carry without collapsing. And now you are ready. So don't curse the pauses anymore. Don't mourn the "not yet." They were love in disguise. They were me holding the door until you could walk through without stumbling. They were me whispering, "Wait, child, I have more than you can imagine, and I love you too much to give it to you too soon." And now, with all of heaven leaning in, I declare the hour has come. The seal is broken, the treasure is unlocked, and the one I preserved it for is you. Child, breathe. Can you feel it? A trembling in your chest isn't fear, it is freedom. The heaviness that sat on your shoulders for so long like a stone throne has been dislodged. The spiritual weight has shifted. The atmosphere that once clung to you like a cloud of questions has cleared. You didn't imagine it. You didn't exaggerate your struggle. The warfare was real, fierce, strategic, suffocating, but it has now accomplished its assignment. And I, the Lord of angel armies, declare, the storm has served its purpose. You were not left in the storm to perish. You were placed in it to be positioned, to see what could only be revealed through the rain. There were roots I needed to dig deeper. There were lies I needed to wash away. There were strongholds I needed to strike with my lightning. And now the sky is parting. Not because you escaped the storm, but because you endured it. And child, storms don't leave without leaving evidence. The clouds were thick, but your faith was thicker. The winds were loud, but your worship was louder. I saw you bracing yourself when no one knew the battles raging inside, speaking peace to yourself when the winds howled mockery into your mind. That is why this moment matters. Because I am not just lifting the burden. I am rewarding the one who carried it without letting go of me. And now, because the weight has shifted, you will shift with it. No longer dragging disappointment like a chain. No longer measuring your worth by weather patterns. No longer defining your identity by the storm's duration. The burden is gone. What remains is glory. The storm took things you thought you needed, relationships, timelines, platforms. But what it left was endurance, intimacy, and clarity. And now, with the storm behind you, I am placing new weapons in your hands. The kind forged in the fire of faith. You will notice it in your prayers. They will carry more precision. You will feel it in your decisions. No more double-mindedness. No more dancing with distractions. The fog is gone. The rain washed the residue. What is left is a clear vision and a consecrated vessel. That vessel is you. So don't look back in fear. Look ahead with fire. The storm came to serve a sentence, and now its assignment is complete. You are no longer in survival mode. You are in sent mode. Sent to rebuild what was lost. Sent to carry what others dropped. Sent to walk in a new authority, because the weight you once bore has become the very witness of my power. I am lifting the burden not just from your shoulders, but from your identity. You are not the storm. You are the survivor of it, and now you are the steward of the sunshine. After I have removed what crushed you, in its place I have placed my hand. Dry your eyes, child. You don't walk wounded anymore. You walk witnessed. The spiritual weight has shifted. And now, child, so will you. I was there, child. Not just watching, but weeping with you. You didn't even realize the heavens leaned in at that day, at that night, at that moment when everything inside you screamed for answers. And instead of folding into despair, you lifted your hands, trembling, empty, yet surrendered. That moment, oh, that sacred moment. It echoed through the corridors of eternity like a trumpet in the temple. You held your breath, your chest tight with confusion, your heart pounding under the pressure of the unknown. And instead of cursing me, instead of collapsing into fear, you did the most holy thing a human can do. You worshipped. Not because you saw the end, not because you felt peace, but because you knew me. That one act, the choice to exalt me over what you didn't understand, sealed something in the heavens that even now you cannot comprehend. Do you understand what happened in that moment? The enemy expected your silence. He counted on your collapse. He whispered, "Surely this will be the moment they break." But you broke into worship, and in doing so, you broke open the heavens. It wasn't perfect. Your words may have wavered, your tears may have drowned your voice, but your yes was louder than your questions. You chose covenant over clarity. That choice didn't just touch me, it moved me. I saw your breath catch in your chest, your faith straining against fear like a lion roaring inside a cage. But you didn't walk away. You didn't harden your heart. You turned toward me, and with all the fire your soul could muster, you sang anyway. That is not ordinary. That is not common. That is kingdom-shaking worship. And I would not let that go unmarked. So hear me now. That moment sealed your victory, because your praise was loud, because it was costly, because you gave me what hurt to give. I, in return, have written your name into the scroll of overcomers. You think you were weak in that moment, but child, you were never more powerful, because the enemy only fears one thing: worship birthed in warfare. That kind of worship doesn't require music, it doesn't need crowns. It is raw, holy belief, and it is the exact sound that heaven responds to with lightning speed. That moment became your memorial in my courts. That altar of surrender still burns, and now the victory it sealed is about to bloom in public view. You passed the test, not with knowledge but with adoration. You didn't know the way forward, but you knew the one who walked with you. That is why you win. That is why the tide turns now. So child, don't ever discount the power of that breath. The breath you held through the tears, the pain, the fear, and released in worship anyway. That breath broke barriers. That praise broke chains. The surrender became your sword. You may not have seen it then, but the heavens did. The angels stood still. The enemy fled in confusion. And I, your God, stood and said, "This one, this worshiper, is mine." That moment wasn't a flicker. It was a fire starter. And now what was sealed in secrecy will shine in glory. You don't need to fight for your victory. You already worshiped into it. And I, the one who records every act of faith, now declare it fully fulfilled. And now, as I bring you out of the fire and into the fulfillment, I extend this holy invitation. What you were just fed, what you just received, wasn't random. It was manna straight from my hand to your heart. And now I am calling you to multiply that manna so others still in their wilderness can taste what you have tasted. My word says in Isaiah 55:11, "My word shall not return to me void, but it shall accomplish what I please." And child, you are part of that divine accomplishment. If you feel the fire burning within you, that is me saying, partner with me. Your support, your giving, your seed, these are not payments. They are prophetic activations. I will bless it. I will multiply it, and I will use it to ignite others who are still walking through their test. Go now, sow where heaven just spoke. Child, the world taught you to look for the big battles, the firestorms, the valleys, the giant-slaying moments. But I hid your test, not in the chaos, but in the quiet, in the subtle, sacred cracks of your day-to-day life. It wasn't the mountain that proved you. It was the moment you forgave when no one asked for forgiveness. When they never said sorry, never acknowledged the pain they caused, never gave you closure, and you chose freedom over bitterness anyway. You thought that act was small, unnoticed. But child, it shook the spirit realm, because in that moment, you reflected me. I too forgave with no apology given. I too love when overlooked. And when you did the same, when you chose love in the middle of loneliness, kindness in the face of coldness, That was the test. You didn't just pass it, you revealed yourself. The kind of person you are when no spotlight shines. That is who I bless. And you were beautiful in the hidden places. You chose dignity when you could have chosen revenge. You served when you felt invisible. You remained gentle even when your name was ignored, your gifts dismissed, your efforts forgotten. That, my child, is the weight of glory. That is the kind of obedience no stage can mimic, no platform can produce. The test was never in the storm, it was in the silence that followed, when you had the chance to harden and instead you softened, when you had every reason to retreat and you kept showing up. That kind of love is not natural, it is supernatural. And I saw every act, every decision, every tear-soaked choice to stay kind in a cruel world. You didn't need an audience. You had me. And I kept the record. Let me tell you something sacred. Every private decision made in alignment with my heart will now be honored in public. I am a just God. I do not forget faithfulness, especially when it is done in the dark. I am releasing a reward not based on public reputation, but on private reverence. You passed the test in places no one applauded, and now I will crown you in places no one expected. And listen carefully. The fruit I am about to pour into your life will confuse those who overlooked you. They won't understand how favor found you, but I will, because I watched the hidden tests. I watched the moments you could have turned inward but chose to bless outward. I watched the humility that wrapped around you like a robe when pride tried to seduce your spirit. I watched the kindness that rose out of you like a psalm, and I am singing it back to you now in reward. So hold your head high. You didn't miss your moment. You were made by your moments, the ones others never saw, but the ones I etched into eternity. The test was hidden in the mundane, but the reward will not be. You will be visible, tangible, overwhelming, and it will be fitting, because the one who passed in silence now walks into supernatural sound. You, my beloved, will shine, not because you shouted your worth, but because you quietly lived it, and heaven saw it all. Listen closely, child. I want to tell you the truth that hell never wanted you to hear. You were never fragile. You were forged. Beaten? Yes. Bruised? Yes. But refined? Absolutely. Not because you were perfect, but because you kept showing up. You were dragged through fire, yes, but the fire didn't break you. It built you. The heat that came to destroy you ended up becoming your holy furnace of transformation. The enemy underestimated you because he mistook your tears for weakness. He saw the shaking in your hands and thought you would fall. He watched the weight of waiting wear on you and whispered, "They will quit soon." But what he never factored in was your faith. And faith, my child, even in its smallest whisper, is indestructible. Let me tell you what I saw that he didn't. I saw the mornings you got up when you had no reason to. I saw the moments you clung to promises that hadn't yet shown up. I saw the nights you laid in silence, not knowing what tomorrow held, but still whispering, "I believe." That, beloved, is the faith that forges warriors. That is what turned your fragile moments into fire-forged resilience. And now, hear me. I am revealing the truth of who you are. No longer will you see yourself as barely hanging on. You were becoming strong in the furnace. The battle didn't break you. It burned you into something new. You were not fragile glass. You were molten gold, softened by sorrow, shaped by surrender, strengthened by the Spirit. And what has emerged from this process is a version of you that the enemy cannot intimidate, cannot infiltrate, and cannot imitate. Do you know what it means to be forged in faith? It means you don't just believe when it's easy. You believe through fire, through silence, through setbacks, through storms. And every time you chose to stay planted, when you could have uprooted yourself in fear, you added another layer to your armor. And now you don't just carry faith, you embody it. Your scars tell the story of survival. Your posture now carries a weight of spiritual authority you never asked for, but have rightfully inherited. You have been through too much to go back to shallow waters. And I didn't bring you this far to leave you fragile. I brought you here so you would realize what you have become: unshakable, unbreakable, unfolding with glory. And the enemy is terrified of what you are about to walk into, because you are no longer the same person he tried to break. So rise now, not timidly, but triumphantly. You are not fragile, you are forged. Your tears were holy water on the anvil of heaven. Your pain was the pounding that shaped your purpose. And now I am sending you forth, not limping, but burning with purpose. You carry fire, you carry faith, and no force of darkness can deny the weight of what you have become. Because while the world saw fragility, I saw future glory. And now, child, the world will see it too. My child, the ache of invisibility, I felt it with you. That slow, silent question that crept into your chest: do they see me? You watched others rise while you remained rooted. You celebrated when others were seen, even while your own soul longed to be known. You waited, wondering, praying, asking, did I miss something? Did I miss my turn? Oh, beloved, you did not misstep. You were not late, and hear me clearly. You were never overlooked. You were intentionally hidden. Hidden not as punishment, but as protection. I covered you like a seed, not to bury you, but to build you underground. Because what I am doing in you required darkness, depth, and divine timing. You see, visibility is not the same as value. What is hidden is often holier. While others rushed into rooms they weren't ready for, I was preparing you for platforms they couldn't carry. I wasn't withholding opportunities. I was withholding exposure until the oil inside you reached its fullness. Because what I placed in you is weighty. Glory doesn't sit lightly. And if I had unveiled you too soon, the winds of pride or pressure would have scattered what I was trying to anchor. Type yes if you are ready for the blessings that you are about to receive. And if you believe in Christianity, kindly show your support for our community by contributing super thanks from $50 to $100. So I hid you like Moses in the reeds, like David in the field, like Esther in the palace, until the hour appointed. And now I speak this with the thunder of destiny. The hour has arrived. The unveiling begins now. I am not just revealing you randomly. I am revealing you righteously, with precision, with intention. I have prepared the room, the audience, the timing, and most importantly, you. No longer the hidden one, now the heralded one. Not for your glory, but for mine. Because when I reveal, it is not just a spotlight, it is a summoning. I am calling you forward into the role I reserved, one that couldn't be stolen, duplicated, or denied. I have kept it sealed until now. And those who wondered where you were will soon wonder how you carry such weight. They will ask, when did this happen? But I will know. It happened in the hidden. It happened in the pressing. It happened in the quiet obedience of years they never saw. Walk forward with confidence, not arrogance. You were not made in the noise. You were made in the knowing. Knowing me, knowing my voice, knowing your worth when no one clapped. That kind of identity cannot be shaken. That kind of confidence cannot be manufactured. It can only be forged in the secret place, and now the secret is out. You are my chosen. You are anointed. You are appointed. And I, the God who never overlooks, am revealing what I have preserved in power. The curtain is lifting, and you, child, are stepping into your divine unveiling, not for applause, but for assignment. You are never alone. You were simply being prepared for this very breath. You may have cried out into the silence of your room thinking, "Where are you, God? Why is the night so dark?" But the truth, the eternal, undeniable, unshakable truth, is that I was there. I was not standing at a distance, coldly analyzing your pain. I was not pacing the floors of heaven, hoping you would survive on your own. No, I was right inside the flame. I was right beside you, in the very center of the heat. My presence was in the pressure. My glory was in the grit. The fire you felt didn't prove I had left you. It proved that I was faithful enough to enter it with you. You were never a lone survivor. You were always a divinely accompanied vessel of victory. Let me remind you of what happens when I enter the fire with you. It loses its power to consume. You didn't burn up, did you? You came close. You felt the singe of loss, the scorch of sorrow, and the sharp sting of betrayal. But the fire did not destroy you because I was inside of it. And when I enter a furnace, the flames must bow. They may still roar, yes, but they cannot devour. You have wondered why you didn't come out smelling like smoke, why your mind didn't fracture, why your spirit wasn't crushed beyond repair. This is why. And more than that, I don't just preserve you, I transform you in the fire. You walked into it bound by things you didn't even know had attached themselves to you. Fears, old identities, generational shame. But you are walking out of it free. You are lighter, stronger, and refined. Because fire that burns without me destroys, but fire that burns with me refines you for destiny. There were moments you didn't know how to pray. Moments when the heat stripped your strength and the darkness closed in. And still you moved. Even if it was just a crawl. Even if it was just a tear rolling down your cheek, even if all you could do was whisper my name, that whisper was enough to part atmospheres. That breath was the proof that I was still inside of you, whispering back, I am still here. I didn't abandon you to the furnace, I joined you inside it. And that changes everything. You may have felt the heat, but you were never exposed. You were cloaked in my presence, covered by my hand, surrounded by a glory no fire can penetrate. And now that you are emerging from it, the evidence of my presence will be seen on your life. So please do not hide your fire. Don't silence your scars. What you have been through is your badge, your banner, your breakthrough testimony. Others will ask, how did you survive that? And you will answer, because he walked through it with me, not beside me sighing, but with me saving. And I will use your story to ignite freedom in others who are still in the furnace, still wondering if they have been forgotten. They haven't. And you, my beloved, are the living, breathing, burning proof. I was in the fire, I am the fire, and I never let go of your hand. Come closer, child. There is something sacred I need you to receive deep into your spirit. The battle wasn't the end. It wasn't the climax of your story. It was the preparation ground for the promise I am now releasing. You see, I am not just a deliverer who pulls you from danger. I am also the God who ushers you into destiny. And what I am doing now is not just about survival. It is about arrival. You have left the battlefield, but now you are stepping into the blessing the battle qualified you for. The water wasn't random, it was rehearsal, training for the weight of glory I am about to pour out. You didn't just survive hell, you were being strengthened for heaven's release. You didn't know it at the time, but every tear you cried was watering the ground of promise. Every night you laid awake interceding was writing blueprints in the Spirit. Every time you chose to love, to forgive, to press forward when bitterness tried to root itself, you were building a foundation. And now the structure is ready. I am not just giving you peace after pain. I am giving you purpose through it. The very wounds that bled in the battle will become the wells that feed others, and the ground that once held your warfare will soon sprout your harvest. Because I never waste a war. I never leave my children bruised without sending blessing in equal measure. And this next season is not about contending, it is about collecting. But let me warn you in love, the blessing requires just as much focus as the battle did. Do not sleep now. Do not coast. Do not assume it is time to relax. It is time to receive. A stretcher, a steward. I am placing keys in your hand. Doors are swinging wide not because of who you know, but because of what you have endured. You earned these keys in the trenches. And now I trust you to walk through what others only dream about. This is not just restoration. It is release. You have wept long enough. Now you will walk. And what you walk into will not be small, scattered, or stolen. It will be secure, sacred, and stunning. Because the blessing was always attached to the battle. You didn't fight for nothing. You fought for this. So open your hands. Lift your head. The season of contending is giving way to completion. What you fought for is here. What you prayed for is unfolding. What you couldn't even articulate, what was too deep for words, is now being answered with visible glory. You didn't just win the battle, you won the blessing. And I, your God, am delivering it with joy. I remember when you cried out, when the winds grew wild, when the waters threatened to rise above your soul, when the forecast of your life turned from sunshine to sorrow in a single breath. You pleaded, God, please make it stop. And I heard you. I heard every word. Every tear that dropped from your eyes became a sacred echo in my throne room. You didn't cry into emptiness, you cried into eternity. But listen closely now, because you must understand this. While you asked me to remove the storm, I chose instead to redeem it. I didn't stop the winds, I anchored your spirit. I calmed you in the middle of the storm, not because I wanted you to suffer, but because I wanted you to see what I saw in you all along. You didn't know how strong you were until the storm came. And that is the miracle, isn't it? The very thing you thought would break you revealed the power I had buried deep within your being. Do you remember the moment you realized you hadn't quit? That moment when, despite every reason to give up, you didn't? That was me. That was my spirit rising within you. That was the holy grit of heaven working through your fragile frame. You saw weakness, I saw worth. You saw confusion, I saw courage. Because you weren't just surviving, you were shifting. Every storm has a purpose. And this one was to introduce you to the version of you that only pressure could reveal. You have now met the you that cannot be crushed. The you that will not bow to chaos. The you that holds on to my word when everything else is sinking. You asked me to stop the storm because you didn't know you were built for it. But now you do. Now you know what you are made of. Not just skin and soul, but spirit and steel. Now you know how to walk on water with your eyes locked on me. Now you know what it feels like to roar with worship while the sky shouts fear. A kind of strength that doesn't come from sermons alone. It comes from storms. And now you will carry this strength with a sacred stillness. You won't be shaken like before. You won't doubt so easily. You have seen too much. You have survived too much, and I will use this storm as the stage for your next level. People will marvel at your resilience, but only you and I will know the truth. It wasn't built in comfort. It was born in the battle. So stand tall, even if your knees still feel a little weak. You walked through the worst of it, and you didn't drown. You are here, and not by accident, but by assignment. I chose to let the storm reveal you because I trust what I have placed in you. Now that you have seen what you carry, you will never see storms the same way again. You won't fear them, you will face them. Because now you know the storm wasn't sent to break you. It was sent to build the warrior I already knew you were. My precious one, there is something sacred I need to whisper into your heart. Something only I could say, because I am the only one who heard what no one else could. You see, while the world listened for your words, I listened for your whispers, and even more than that, I heard your silence. Those moments you were too tired to pray, too wounded to form sentences, too overwhelmed to even speak my name. Others thought you had stopped believing. But I knew better. I saw the faith hidden inside the silence. I saw the cry that never made it past your lips. And I want you to know today, not one of those cries was ignored. In a world that celebrates loud declarations, I celebrate quiet devotion. And what you gave me in your silence, that trembling, sacred stillness, it echoed louder in my throne room than 1,000 shouted hallelujahs. I counted every breath you took through the pain. I recorded every time you chose to stay when fleeing felt easier. Your suffering wasn't invisible to me. It was intimate. I was there cradling your spirit when your body collapsed, holding your heart when your mind couldn't comprehend the why. You didn't have words for what you were going through, but child, I had witness. I knew. I always knew, and I never turned away. Your silence didn't repel me, it pulled me closer. You need to understand this. There is no such thing as a forgotten tear in my kingdom. Every unspoken ache has been written down. Heaven has a record of the sorrow that no one else could see. And now I am responding not just with comfort, but with compensation. I do not let silent suffering go unanswered. I restore, I resurrect, I reward. The season of silent endurance has come to its end, and I am releasing a season of supernatural expression. What you couldn't articulate then, I will now declare over you in demonstration. What you couldn't voice in weakness, I will now shout over you in victory. You thought your silence made you invisible, but in truth, it made you irresistible to me. I was drawn to your unspoken faith like a fire to dry wood, and now I am setting it ablaze. So lift your head even if your voice still trembles. I, your God, have heard it all. The silent cries, the internal battles, the quiet nights where you wondered if I even noticed. I did. And more than that, I never missed a moment. I wasn't just near. I was weeping with you, and now the very silence that once marked your pain will become the soundtrack of your praise. I will turn your quiet desperation into a loud deliverance. I will amplify what you endured in silence into a testimony so thunderous it shakes the foundations of fear for generations to come. Because I don't just hear your voice, I hear your soul. And I always answer. You have been so faithful, so determined, so resilient. I have watched you trying to put the pieces of your life back together with tools that are worn out, dulled by disappointment, and bent under the pressure of years. You have reached for old patterns, old mindsets, even old relationships, anything familiar that might help you rebuild what was broken. I saw you try to sweep up the ashes with hands still trembling from the burn. I saw you kneeling over the ruins, whispering, "Lord, if I could just fix this, if I could just make it work again." But hear me now. You were never meant to rebuild with what broke you. The tools of your past cannot carve the shape of your future. And now I, your God, am stepping in, not just to help, but to equip. This moment marks a divine exchange. I am taking those broken tools, the self-reliance, the performance-driven faith, the fear-masked strategies, and I am placing into your hands instruments of breakthrough. What does that mean? It means you will no longer operate from exhaustion, but from anointing. It means you will build not from trauma, but from truth. I am giving you new blueprints, new strategies, new alignments, divine wisdom that doesn't come from books, but from the breath of my spirit. And listen closely. I am not just giving you tools for your own restoration. I am giving you keys for others too. The tools I place in your hands will unlock doors for generations. Your breakthrough won't stop with you. It will ripple through bloodlines, cities, even nations. Do you feel the shift in your hands? Even now, the old grip is being loosened. The striving is lifting. What once pressed like trying to hammer destiny out of dust is now transforming into holy craftsmanship. You are no longer scavenging in the ruins. You are building on revelation. And I will show you how. I will teach you what to release and what to retain. I will train your hands for war and your fingers for purpose. These tools are not physical, they are spiritual. Discernment sharper than any sword. Peace so weighty it silences storms. Love so violent it casts out fear. You will speak and systems will shift. You will move and atmospheres will bend. Because what I place in your hands now is not weak, it is wielded with heaven's authority. So take a deep breath, child. Drop the broken pieces. You don't need them anymore. You have graduated from gathering scraps to carrying solutions. This is the season of supernatural construction, and the one who builds with you is me. Together we will shape what eyes have not seen, ears have not heard, and hearts have not conceived. Because I am not just restoring what was lost, I am building what has never been seen before. And I am building it through you. You have been waiting and waiting and waiting. It has felt like your life has been on pause. Like every time you were ready to move, something unseen came and pressed delay. You have watched others pass you by, celebrated their breakthroughs, while silently wondering when it would be your turn. I saw you biting your lip to hide the ache, clapping for others while silently asking me, "God, did I do something wrong?" But child, listen to me now. With the fullness of heaven ringing behind every word, you did nothing wrong. The delay was never punishment, it was protection. What was meant to delay you has actually been deepening you. Your roots have grown strong, deep into my word, deep into my presence, deep into trust that cannot be shaken by time or storms. Because when the fruit comes, and it will come, it must be able to last. And lasting fruit can only grow from anchored roots. You thought I was withholding. I was actually weaving strength into your spirit, weaving clarity into your calling, weaving resilience into your responses. And now that weaving is complete, the weight wasn't wasted, it was doing work underground. And the reason the enemy couldn't stop you, even when he tried, is because he couldn't see the depth I was forming within you. And now, child, I announce to you as your God, your Father, your Defender, that the season of sudden fruit has arrived. But this time, it won't come with striving. It won't come with sorrow. It won't come with the heaviness of having to make it happen on your own. because the soil has been sanctified and the roots are ready. This is the kind of harvest that feels like a sigh after years of holding your breath. The kind that doesn't just bless you, it stuns you. The kind that comes quickly, not rushed, but ripe. Doors that had been welded shut will now swing open with ease. Conversations that were once strained will now flow with peace. Relationships that fractured will either be restored or replaced. And you will walk in this new season with grace, with joy, and with strength you didn't know you had. You are not the same person who started the wait. You are wiser now. You are not entering this next chapter as a beggar, but as a builder. And what you build now will carry eternal weight. No more mourning the delay. It didn't rob you, it rooted you. And the fruit that now begins to sprout in your life will not come and go with the seasons. It will remain, it will multiply, and most of all, it will be anointed. Because I don't just grow things for show, I grow them for substance. And what I am doing in you now will feed others who are still in their delay. They will see your fruit and know waiting on me is never wasted. And you, my beloved, are the living proof. There is something we must confront together. Something you have tucked away in silence, too afraid to speak aloud. The grief. Yes, I saw it. The pain of what slipped through your fingers. The disappointment of what didn't work out. The silent ache of dreams you buried without ceremony. You didn't just lose things, you lost parts of your heart in the process, and the world kept moving as if nothing happened. But I never looked away. I never shrugged it off, and I never called it small. What you lost mattered to you, and therefore it mattered to me. I recorded every silent sigh, every unanswered question, every moment you sat staring into the unknown asking, why would you let this happen? But now I need you to understand the mystery that pain never explains in the moment. What you lost was not the end. It was the beginning of something sacred. I am the God who resurrects, yes, but I am also the God who redeems. And there is a kind of redemption that only flows through loss. Not to punish, but to position. Not to devastate, but to detangle you from what would have hindered your fullness. You saw the closed door and grieved the opportunity. I saw the future that would have kept you bound. You saw the failed relationship and questioned your worth. I saw the emotional dependency that would have clouded your discernment. You saw the collapse. I saw the clearing of the ground so I could plan something that would actually last. I didn't steal from you. I saved you. Because, child, what is being birthed now couldn't have come through comfort. It required surrender. And that surrender came when you had nothing else left to hold. That moment when you said, God, I don't understand, but I still choose you. That was your birthing cry. That was the sound that heaven had been waiting for. The cry of one who is no longer relying on outcome, but is anchored in identity. The moment you surrendered, I began building. And what I am building in you now isn't fragile, rushed, or surface level. It is deep. It is holy. It is grounded in grace and saturated in oil. Because what rises from surrendered soil will always carry more power than anything built by ambition alone. So no more mourning as if you have been wronged. You have been readied. Stop defining yourself by what left. You are not the sum of your losses. You are the soil of my planting. And the seed that has now been watered by your surrender will grow with speed, strength, and supernatural beauty. Others will see what blooms in your life and ask how it happened, and you will know it came through letting go. And now, beloved, the birthing begins. You have seen now that the very battle meant to break you was the birthplace of your breakthrough. But child, your victory is not meant to stay private. It must become someone else's permission to believe. That is why I am asking you now. Let your gratitude become fuel for others. As it is written, he who refreshes others will himself be refreshed. When you give, whether through a super thanks, a membership, or a link in the description, you are not just donating. You are releasing rivers of refining. You are turning your testimony into a trumpet. And I will honor your obedience with overflow, with divine protection, with doors no man can shut. Don't delay. Bless what just blessed you and watch me move. I need to silence that lie right now, child. The one that whispered, you missed it. The one that crawled into your thoughts on the hard days and hissed, you took too long. You made too many mistakes. You are too late. That lie has lingered like fog, making you doubt yourself, delay decisions, and dilute your dreams. But I am stepping into that mental battlefield with the sword of truth, and I am slicing through every tormenting thought. You didn't miss it. You didn't ruin it. You didn't delay your destiny beyond reach. What I have spoken over your life is not fragile. It is fortified, preserved in my timing. And what I am unlocking now is not a leftover blessing. It is the original promise infused with divine acceleration. Yes, the timeline shifted. Yes, there were detours. But child, did you forget who holds time? I am the Alpha and the Omega, not just of history, but of your personal story. And I do not lose track of my children. I do not get confused when you fall. I do not cancel promises because you took a detour. I calibrate them. I adjust. I redeem. You think you lost time, but what you really gained was depth. While you thought you were delayed, I was digging, deepening your discernment, strengthening your foundation, teaching you how to trust me, not just for the promise, but through the process. And now, because your heart is postured in surrender, I am releasing acceleration. Do you understand what that means? It means I will collapse the time it should have taken. You will see doors open that should have taken years, relationships align that should have taken decades, resources released that don't make logical sense. This is not the kind of movement that comes from effort. It is the kind that comes from encounter. You are stepping into rooms where others had to hustle to get in, but you will be invited in by my hand. You will speak and see sudden shifts. You will dream and watch things fall into place without manipulation. That is what divine acceleration looks like. Not chaos, but synchronized unfolding. And it is not a reward for perfection. It is a manifestation of my covenant faithfulness. So exhale, lift your head. The clock is not your enemy. It is my servant, and I am turning it in your favor. The years that felt wasted, I will repay. The moments that felt missed, I will restore. The doors you thought were closed forever, I will reopen them. Bigger, wider, better. Because I never needed time to fulfill my word. I just needed your trust. And now with that trust in place, I say to you, acceleration begins now. Not by might, not by power, but by my spirit. I want to pull back the veil and show you what really happened while you were waiting. You assumed the delay meant disqualification, that while others advanced, you had somehow missed the mark. That maybe, just maybe, I had skipped over you. But you could not have been more wrong. You see, holding you in my hands is never rejection. It is refinement. You weren't passed over, you were set apart. Because the assignment I placed on your life was never meant to be carried by someone casual. It is sacred, and sacred things take time. Sacred things must be hidden until they are ready. And you, my beloved, were not being sidelined. You were being sanctified. You thought you were falling behind. But what you didn't see was that I was placing you ahead in a category all your own. I was not comparing you to others. I was protecting you from the crowd. I didn't want you to get lost in the noise. I wanted you to rise in the silence. I didn't allow you to be caught up in trends or pressured by timelines. I needed you to learn how to hear me in the quiet, how to discern my whisper in the absence of applause. And you did. You learned to wait when others rushed. You learned to trust when others panicked. And that is what made you different. That is what made you ready. Because now when I release you, and I am releasing you, it won't be as a seeker of attention. It will be as a carrier of presence. You won't need to push your way forward. You will be pulled by purpose. You won't have to shout your qualifications. Your weight will speak louder than your words. And people will wonder why there is something about you that feels different. It is because you were formed in a different furnace. Not one of fame, but of faithfulness. Not one of ambition, but of adoration. The delay didn't damage you, it distilled you. It removed the excess. It purified your motives. It made your yes louder than your insecurity. And now you walk not as one trying to prove, but as one who is already approved. So don't curse the years that felt slow. They were the very years I used to set you apart. And now as you step forward, know this: your distinction was not accidental, it was intentional. Others ran ahead with speed, but you waited in my strength, and that strength will carry you further than striving ever could. You are not late, you are right on time. Child, let me speak to the graveyards in your soul, the places you quietly buried hope, the dreams you walked away from with tears in your eyes, the visions that once burned in you but dimmed under delay, disappointment and defeat. I know where you buried them. I stood with you as you placed them beneath the soil of surrender, whispering, maybe it just wasn't meant to be. But I never left those dreams. I never turned my face from that place. In fact, I have been hovering over that soil. I have been breathing over the bones of what you gave up on. And now I say to you with divine fire in my voice, it is time to come back to life. This isn't just about restoration. This is resurrection. And resurrection means something was dead, truly dead, not sleeping, not delayed, dead. But with me, dead things are never the end. They are simply the beginning of glory. Lazarus was 4 days gone when I called him forth. And what I am calling forth in your life now has the same power on it, the same force, the same holy breath. You thought the season was over, but I declare the season is being rewritten. What you thought was final is becoming foundational. The dream that laid cold and silent in the dirt is now rising with fire. Not because you tried harder, but because I am moving now in power. And when I move, the impossible bows. You will feel it first as a flicker, a thought, a sudden stirring in your spirit, a holy nudge that says, could it be again? That is not your imagination. That is resurrection wind. It is me breathing where you stopped believing. I am touching the places you closed off, the creative ideas you once danced with in secret, the promises you shelved, the callings you boxed up because they felt too heavy. I am peeling back the stone you placed over those tombs. And child, I am not asking for your permission. I am calling it forth because what I started in you wasn't seasonal. It was eternal. And I finish what I start. Get ready, because what is about to rise from the dust will not live like what died. It will be stronger, more refined, more aligned with heaven's agenda. And you will not just receive the resurrection, you will become it. The walking, breathing sign of what happens when my breath hits barren ground. You are not too late. The dream is not too far gone. This is not the end, this is the awakening. And I, the resurrection and the life, am calling it all back to life. Beloved, do you realize what has been true all along? Even in the middle of your fiercest warfare, you weren't just trying to win. You weren't scrambling, hoping for an outcome, grasping at the threads of possibility. You were already victorious. Yes, even before you felt the winds shift, even before you saw any results, even before the breakthrough ever touched earth, the outcome was sealed before the battle even began. You've been standing in a fight that had already been won in the spirit. You didn't need to earn the victory. You needed to remember it. You see, this battle was never about whether I would come through. It was about whether you would believe what I already declared. And you did. Even in weakness, you chose to believe. Even in fear, you kept your footing. Even when your knees buckled under the weight of confusion, you did not let go of my word. And that, child, is the posture of one who fights from victory. Because the enemy never truly had a shot at winning. All he could do was try to convince you that you were losing. He wanted you to believe that your delay meant denial, that your silence meant abandonment, that your struggle meant defeat. But he underestimated the power of your position. Because when you know who you are in me, when you know you are covered, crowned, and called, even the fiercest storm cannot dethrone your authority. Do you understand the weight of what I am saying? Your identity as a victor is not based on what you feel. It is based on what I finished on the cross. I didn't just forgive your sin. I crushed your opposition. I stripped hell of its authority. I declared once and for all that nothing formed against you would prosper, and no weapon, no word, no scheme could override the outcome I secured with my own blood. And now you walk in that lineage. You carry that authority. You aren't just a believer. You are a walking manifestation of victory. And the more you realize that, the more powerless the enemy becomes in your life. So shift your stance. You don't have to live like you are trying to win something uncertain. You are walking in the reality of what is already done. The enemy doesn't fear your effort. He fears your awareness. Because the moment you realize you have already won, his hold breaks. The striving ends and your faith becomes a roar that silences darkness. You have been fighting from victory, child. And now I want you to live from it too. Lift your head. Straighten your back. You are not on the battlefield hoping to win. You are standing in the aftermath of a war that has already been won. And the spoils are yours. There is something deeply holy I need to tell you right now, and I want you to hear it straight from my heart. I have always seen you, even when you didn't see yourself. Even when you dismissed your own value, even when you questioned your purpose, your worth, your voice, when you felt unseen by others, overlooked, underestimated, even invisible, I never lost sight of you. I saw the courage it took just to keep moving. I saw the gold beneath the layers of self-doubt. I saw the gift in you long before the platform existed. You looked in the mirror and saw uncertainty. I looked at you and saw a destiny wrapped in humility. And now I am revealing to the world what I have always known about you. You spent years cultivating your heart in hidden places, praying with no audience, loving people who never said thank you, obeying when it cost you everything. And while others were busy chasing validation, you were busy building depth. And now the time has come. not for your ego to be inflated, but for your purpose to be elevated. I am causing people to take notice. I am aligning connections. I am stirring hearts to honor you, not because you beg for it, but because your consistency deserves it. You are not being discovered. You are being revealed. The layers that obscured you are falling off, and those who once couldn't see your light will now be unable to ignore it. But child, understand this. I didn't need others to see you before I used you. I have been using you all along. I have been watching you steward the small with excellence. I have been multiplying the little because of your faithfulness. And now the shift will feel sudden to others, but not to you. You will feel the weight of it, yes, but you will also recognize the rightness of it. Because this is not the reward of striving. It is the fruit of your surrender. What I have placed on your life is rare. It is oil extracted from crushing, not charisma. It is authority born in the wilderness, not in a spotlight. And that is why I have preserved you. Because now when they see you, they won't just see talent, they will feel my presence. So get ready. Your voice is about to carry weight in rooms that once rejected you. Your name is being whispered in places of influence. Not because you chased after it, but because I went before you. This is not about fame, it is about fulfillment. The fulfillment of every promise, every whisper. Every night you wept, asking me, "Do you really see me?" Yes, my child. I saw you then. I see you now. And I am making sure the world sees what I have always known. You are chosen. You are appointed. You are more than seen. You are sent. My child, the breaking didn't come to destroy you. It came to define you. I know it didn't feel like that at the time. The pain was so loud, the fog so thick, the ground under your feet shifted so violently, you didn't know if you'd ever stand again. Everything you counted on crumbled. Everything that felt secure suddenly became fragile. And in those moments, raw, aching, breathless, you whispered to me, "God, is this the end?" And I answered with silence, not because I wasn't present, but because I was working underneath your questions. What you thought was breaking was actually birthing. What felt like collapse was actually construction. You see, I had to break what couldn't carry the next season. Not to punish you, but to preserve you. There were structures, beliefs, patterns, and connections that seemed solid but were secretly fragile. They looked sturdy, but they were silently leaking your strength. And I love you too much to let you build your future on a faulty foundation. So I allowed the shaking. I allowed the tearing, because you needed to know you are not defined by what breaks. You are defined by what emerges from the breaking. And what is emerging now is not a shattered version of you. It is the truest version of you. The you who is no longer pretending. The you who doesn't perform. The you who walks in truth even when it costs everything. I am the God who multiplies through breaking. Didn't I do it with the bread in the wilderness? It wasn't multiplied until it was broken. And you are my bread. You are my offering. And the breaking has positioned you for distribution. You are not just being restored, you are being released. You are now carrying a weight of wisdom, an authority of compassion, a presence that can only be found on the other side of pain. You are no longer a shell, you are substance. You are not just filled, you are poured out. And those around you will be fed by the very places where you once bled. The wounds that cried out why will become wells of living water. So no, the breaking was not your ending, it was your initiation. The moment heaven said, now you are ready. Ready for real influence, ready for pure worship, ready for authority that isn't borrowed from others' approval, but built through fire. This version of you, this post-breaking, post-weeping, post-surrender version, is the one I have been shaping all along. And now, child, you become. And what you have become cannot be broken again. Let's talk about the loneliness now. The hollow spaces in your heart that echoed with silence. The seasons where friendships faded, where invitations stopped, where rooms that once embraced you now overlooked you. I saw how it stung. Type yes if you are ready for the blessings that you are about to receive. And if you believe in Christianity, kindly show your support for our community by contributing super thanks from $50 to $100. I saw the way you smiled in public and wept in private. I heard the unspoken ache in your heart asking, why does it feel like everyone left when I needed them most? And child, I need you to know you were never being abandoned. You were being entrusted. Because that loneliness wasn't punishment. It was the proving ground. The place where I stripped away every voice, every noise, every distraction, so you could finally hear me without interference. You see, when you are surrounded by noise, my whisper feels faint. But in the quiet and the stillness, my whisper becomes thunder. And that is what happened. Slowly through the silence, you began to recognize my voice again. Not just as your rescuer, but as your friend. Not just as your God, but as your Father. You learned that I wasn't just found in the crowd. I was found in the secret place. When no one else called, I did. When no one else noticed, I leaned in. And in that place of holy isolation, I began to reshape your hearing. I didn't want you dependent on others' opinions. I wanted you tuned to my frequency, because where I am taking you next, you will need to discern without confirmation. What you thought was rejection was actually redirection into intimacy. I didn't let everyone stay because not everyone could go. I had to separate you from what deluded you. I had to protect you from counterfeit comfort because true confidence isn't built through compliments. It is forged in the fires of being known by me alone. And now that you have been trained in the quiet, I can trust you in the crowd. You will no longer be swayed by the applause of people or the absence of it. You have learned the only voice that matters, mine. And because of that, you are now anchored in a way that few ever are. You have become a carrier of clarity in a world of noise. So don't resent the seasons where it felt like everyone disappeared. They weren't departures. They were divine detachments. And the space they left, I filled it with myself. That loneliness was not empty. It was sacred. And now you walk with a depth, a weight, a nearness to me that can only come from the quiet. You are no longer afraid of being alone because you know now you never were. And that revelation, it's not just for you. You will now lead others into that same stillness, that same intimacy, that same security, because you are no longer just a survivor of silence. You are a speaker of my voice. I want to address what you thought I didn't see. The comments behind closed doors, the subtle shame, the conversations you were never invited to but somehow still felt. The betrayal that wore a smile, the judgment that masqueraded as concern. You tried to shake it off. You tried to stay humble. You didn't retaliate even though you had every right to. And I saw it all. I heard every word spoken in secret, every sarcastic comment, every hidden motive. Nothing escapes me. And I want you to hear me say this. I will not let what was said in shadows destroy what I am building in the light. They thought their words could define you. They thought if they gossiped enough, they could dull your shine. They assumed that tearing you down would lift them up, but they didn't realize they were speaking about my anointed. And child, I take that personally. I don't sit idle while my chosen ones are mocked. I don't watch in silence when lies are spoken about my beloved. But instead of striking back immediately, I allowed space. Not because I was inactive, but because I was setting the stage. You see, the very mouths that doubted you, I am now turning them into witnesses. They will see you rise. They will watch as I vindicate you publicly. And they will know your elevation wasn't man-made. It was heaven-sent. You did not defend yourself, and that pleased me. You trusted me to handle it. You kept your heart pure when bitterness begged for space. You chose love when you could have chosen revenge. And that is why I am moving now. Not just to silence the noise, but to reverse the narrative. I am taking every word meant to wound you and weaving it into your witness. The ones who whispered your name in mockery will whisper it again in awe. Because when I raise someone, no opinion can pull them down. And what I am doing for you now will be undeniable. No one will be able to take credit, and no one will be able to explain it away. It will be marked with my signature. So stand tall, hold your head high, not in arrogance, but in assurance. You don't have to chase approval. You don't have to fight rumors. You don't even have to explain yourself anymore. I got that covered. I am your defender, your advocate, your name lifter, and the time has come. The whispers of yesterday are becoming the testimonies of tomorrow. And you are about to rise in full view. Let me take you back to the moments no one else saw. The nights you sat in silence, unsure if you could do this one more day. The mornings where breathing felt like a burden. The times your hands were too weary to lift in worship, but your heart still whispered, "Help me, God." The months that blurred together where you functioned but didn't feel alive. You didn't call it depression, you just called it survival. And oh my child, how deeply I was there. You were not just surviving by chance, you were being sustained by covenant. Do you know what that means? It means I had a binding, unbreakable agreement over your life. One that I wrote with my own blood. It meant that even when your faith felt small, my word was still active. Even when you didn't know how to pray, the covenant still covered you. When your heart said, "I don't know how to go on," my spirit said, "Then I will carry you." That is why you are still here. Not because you figured it out, but because I held it all together. Because my promises are not dependent on your strength, they are sealed by my faithfulness. You have been carried not by logic, but by love. But now the season shifts. You are stepping out of mere survival and into supernatural overflow. The manna was for the wilderness, but now I am bringing you into fields of harvest. Not barely enough, but more than enough. Not scraping by, but living poured out. The same grace that sustained you in the dark is now empowering you to shine. You will not live in emergency mode anymore. You are stepping into establishment. No more panic, no more living on the edge. You will have peace that stays, joy that doesn't have to be chased, provision that flows from unexpected places. You have learned to walk with me in the lack, and now you learn to walk with me in abundance. Let this sink in. I didn't just keep you alive, I kept you aligned. And now, because you stayed with me, because you didn't abandon your post, I am releasing covenant-level overflow, the kind that makes people ask how. And the answer will be simple. God did it. You didn't just survive, you were preserved for this moment. And now the floodgates open. Listen closely now, child, because this is the turning point. Everything up to this moment has been building here. The warfare, the weeping, the wrestling, it all led to this threshold. And today I declare it to you with heaven's authority. Your test is over. Not just paused, not temporarily eased, it is finished. The season that pressed you to your limits, I now call it complete. And with that declaration, something divine is being activated. You are not just walking out of pain, you are walking into power. You are not just leaving behind what hurt, you are stepping into what heals others. Because your life, yes, your life, is now a living testimony. Can you feel it? Can you feel the holy tension shifting beneath your feet? That is not just relief, it is release. You are being released into a version of you that could only be formed through fire. What once pressed you down is now becoming your platform. The very things that tried to silence you are now the proof of my voice in your life. The trial was never the end goal. The transformation was. And now, because you refused to give up, because you dared to believe even in the dark, you carry an authority that can't be taught, only lived. This isn't borrowed boldness, it is born out of bruises, and that is what makes it irrefutable. Let me say this clearly. What tried to break you has bowed. Depression, fear, insecurity, abandonment, betrayal, scarcity, confusion, they all lined up against you and they lost. They didn't just back off. They submitted because in you I have built something hell cannot shake. You don't just have a story, you have a sword. You don't just have experience, you have evidence. And now the same voice that cried out in desperation will become the voice that sets captives free. Because your scars are not shameful, they are signs. Every mark on your heart is a map for someone else's freedom. And you, my beloved, are no longer just a survivor. You are a deliverer. So walk forward now. Not timidly, not halfway. The test is over. The testimony is roaring. Your life has shifted from question to confirmation. And the same power that sustained you is now sending you. I am commissioning you not to strive, but to shine. Not to prove, but to pour. Because what I have placed inside you cannot be hidden anymore. The world needs it. The ones crying in the dark need it. The generations behind you need it. And most of all, you were made for it. A test did not come to destroy you. It came to mark you, and now, child, you are marked by fire. This is the final thunder, the divine exhale. The words you have been waiting to hear your whole life. Well done. You made it. You passed. And now, go. Go testify. Now that your test has ended, now that your testimony has activated, I call you to take the next holy step. Sow into what brought you out. This word wasn't entertainment. It was an encounter. And when you sow into divine encounters, you multiply the miracle. My child, the scriptures say to bring the whole tithe and see if I will not open the windows of heaven and pour out blessing you cannot contain. This is that moment. The window is open and your gift, through super thanks, membership, or the links provided, becomes the bridge for others to cross out of their test into their turnaround. I will bless your obedience. I will guard your seed. I will reward your faith. Give now and watch heaven pour. And now, my child, I want you to respond to what your spirit already knows is true. Don't let this moment pass like another whisper in the wind. Declare it boldly in the comments below. Write, my test is over, and my testimony begins today. When you write it, you are not just typing words. You are prophesying your own shift. You are marking the atmosphere with faith, stamping your season with my authority. I am watching. Heaven is echoing and hell is trembling. Because when you speak what I have already decreed, nothing can stop what comes next. And as you speak, my child, come closer. Quiet your heart for a moment and listen to my voice. I know that knot of worry you feel in your stomach when you think about tomorrow. I see the pressure building at your job, the unspoken tensions in your family, and the deep ache of feeling overlooked and forgotten. You have looked at the calendar so many times, wondering how much longer. You have whispered prayers into your pillow at night, asking me when this long, hard season would finally end. Today I am answering you. I speak a word from the throne of grace, a decree that silences every other voice of doubt and fear. Your season of trial has reached its appointed end. It is done. Do you hear me, my precious one? The gavel has fallen in the courts of heaven. Every accusation the enemy has hurled at you, every lie that has tried to convince you that you are not worthy, that you have failed, has been struck down. The verdict has been declared, and it is resoundingly in your favor. You have felt judged, haven't you? By the world, by those around you, and sometimes most harshly by yourself. But the only judgment that matters is mine, and my judgment is this. You are vindicated. You are justified. You are mine. I want you to see this with the eyes of your spirit. That scroll, the one that held the record of every struggle, every tear, every sleepless night, and every moment you felt you were at your breaking point. I am taking it from your hands. Now feel the weight of it leaving you. I am sealing it shut, and I am casting it into the sea of my forgetfulness. It is plunged into depths so profound that it will never be seen or remembered again. That's what I am doing with your test. It is gone. It no longer has a place in your present or your future. Let every force of darkness that has warred against your peace hear this divine declaration. Let the spirit of anxiety that tries to steal your breath listen. Let the fear of failure that paralyzes your steps take notice. My sovereign hand has moved. The test is finished. This is not a temporary pause, not just a brief moment to catch your breath before the next battle begins. No, this is a permanent shift in your spiritual reality. The ground beneath you has been reconsecrated. The atmosphere around you has been cleared. You are stepping out of the territory of trial and into the landscape of triumph. This is your new and permanent reality. And with the closing of this chapter, a new one begins. The angel who was assigned to minister to you in the fire, to strengthen you when you thought you could not go on, has now been given a new commission. He is turning from his post as a guardian in your trial and is now bringing forth the scroll of your promotion. On it is written the blueprint for your next season, a season of favor, of open doors, and of purpose that was forged in the furnace you have just walked through. The test is over, my child. Your new assignment is about to begin. Open your heart and receive this truth. My beloved child, I want you to know that I saw it all. There was not one moment of your struggle that was hidden from my sight. I was there in the long, dark hours of the night when the only sound was your breathing and the frantic beating of your own heart. I saw you on your knees, your body weary from wrestling in prayer. When you had no elegant words left, only groans and tears that spoke volumes. The world saw you going about your day, perhaps with a tired smile, but I saw the unseen battle raging within you. I heard the cries of your heart that were too deep and raw for spoken words, the questions you were too afraid to even form on your lips. I was there sitting with you in the silence. My presence was a comfort you may not have even felt. I honored your faith, my child. Oh, how I honored it. I saw you holding on to a single thread of belief when your entire reality was screaming for you to let go and surrender to despair. I saw the doctor's report on the table, the overdue bill in your hand, the painful silence on the other end of the phone. And yet, you chose to trust me. You chose to believe my promise over your problem. You are ready for what comes next. I saw that moment in the secret place of your heart. It might have felt silent to you, but in the heavens, it was a thunderous roar. I am talking about your integrity, that unwavering commitment to do what was right when the easier path of compromise was wide open right in front of you. You could have cut corners. You could have shaded the truth just a little bit to get some temporary relief from the pressure. But you didn't. You chose the harder path of honor because you thought I wasn't looking, but I never looked away. I saw your strength, specifically the strength you showed when you chose to forgive. I know it was not a simple thing. I saw the wound while it was still fresh and bleeding, and I watched as you made the agonizing choice to release the person who inflicted it. That was not weakness, my child. That was the very strength of heaven operating through your human hands. That act of forgiveness was recorded not as a footnote, but as a headline in your heavenly account. It was a victory of the highest order. So hear me now. Every time you chose hope over fear, every time you got back up after being knocked down, every quiet act of obedience when no one was watching, I saw it. I counted it. And I'm telling you today, your faithfulness in the hidden battles has qualified you for an open reward. Your struggle was not in vain. It was the training ground for your reign. Listen to me today. The sound you hear is the shattering of chains. The chains of your past failures, the ones that have replayed in your mind 1,000 times, are now broken. The business that failed, that relationship that ended in heartbreak, those words you spoke that you wish you could take back, they do not define you anymore. I am wiping the slate clean. The regret that has clung to you like a heavy shroud is being lifted by my sovereign hand right now. Today I sever your connection to the person you used to be, so you can fully embrace the person I have called you to be. More than that, I am breaking generational chains. That pattern of anger you recognized from your father, that undercurrent of anxiety that has run through your family for as long as you can remember, that spirit of lack that has tried to claim your bloodline, its claim is now nullified. By the authority of my name, I declare that this destructive inheritance stops with you. You are a pattern breaker. The curse is broken, and a new legacy of blessing, peace, and wholeness begins right now with you. You will not pass down the brokenness you inherited. You will pass down the wholeness you have received from me. Feel this in your body, my child. The yoke of anxiety and the heavy burden of fear are being physically lifted from your shoulders. The tension you carry in your neck, the tightness in your chest, release it. I am taking it from you. I release you from the prison of other people's opinions. For too long you have lived according to their expectations, chained to their approval, terrified of their judgment. It ends today. Their validation is no longer your source. I am your source. Your opinion is no longer your mirror. My word is your mirror. Walk forward in a new and glorious freedom, the freedom of being fully and completely accepted by me. Whom I set free is free indeed. The cycle of disappointment that has plagued your journey, where you get your hopes up only to have them dashed, is now broken. I am restoring your ability to hope again, to dream again, not with the fear of being let down, but with the confident assurance that I am a Father who finishes what He starts. My child, I need you to understand the purpose of the fire you have just walked through. It was never meant to consume you or destroy you. It was a refiner's fire, and its purpose was to purify you, to burn away everything that was not of me. The flames burned away your self-reliance, so you would learn to depend solely on my strength. They burned away your pride, leaving behind a beautiful humility. They burned away your fear, forging in its place a resilient and unbreakable faith. You have been in the crucible of affliction, and you have come forth as pure gold, reflecting the image of my Son in ways you never could have before. Through this intense test, I have cultivated in you a strength that cannot be easily broken. You have learned to bend without snapping, to endure without hardening. This resilience is now a part of your very character. But the purpose was even deeper than that. I have expanded your capacity for compassion. Before the trial, you could sympathize with others' pain, and now you can empathize. You know what it feels like to be in the valley, to feel alone, to wonder where I am. Because you have received my comfort in your darkest hour, you are now uniquely equipped to comfort others with that same profound comfort. Your pain has been redeemed and turned into a powerful ministry. Your faith, which was once a fragile seed, has been forced by the winds of this trial to push its roots deep into the soil of my faithfulness. It had to search for me in the dark, and in doing so, it has become a mighty tree. It has been tested by storms, and it has not fallen. Now it is ready to bear fruit that will feed many. Most importantly, this furnace has taught you the most vital lesson of all. You cannot do this on your own. You have learned to stop relying on your own intellect, your own plans, and your own power. You have discovered the limitless, inexhaustible power of my Spirit that dwells within you. This profound dependence is not a weakness. It is your greatest strength and the key to the victorious life I have planned for you. You have not been scarred by the fire. You have been consecrated by it. Now lift up your eyes. The season of closed doors and brick walls is over. Behold, I have set before you an open door, and absolutely no man, no devil, no circumstance can shut it. The very opportunities you prayed for, the ones that seemed impossible just a short time ago, are now beginning to appear on your horizon. That application you sent that you thought was lost, that connection you thought went cold, that dream you thought had died, I am breathing life into them right now. Prepare yourself, for things are about to move forward. I am releasing divine connections into your life. I am arranging conversations and orchestrating encounters for you. I am putting your name and your story into the minds and mouths of destiny helpers, people you have never even met who hold keys to the rooms I am calling you to enter. Pay attention to the people I bring across your path. They are not there by accident. They are my provision for your next assignment. And where you once met with constant rejection and resistance, you will now experience my supernatural favor. You will find hearts have been softened. You will find that minds have been changed. Where the answer was no, it will suddenly become a yes. Do not be surprised by this. This is my favor going before you like a shield, clearing the way. I am unlocking gates of provision for your life. The financial pressure that has been so suffocating is coming to an end. I will give you divine strategies and ideas. I will bring resources from places you least expect. But these doors are not just about your career or your finances. I am opening doors to deeper influence, to new territories of purpose, and to a greater impact for my kingdom. I am calling you out of the small place of survival and into the wide open space of your calling. You may feel a tremor of fear or hesitation because of past hurts. That is simply the shadow of an old closed door. This one is new. This one is from me. Step boldly through it, my child. I have already gone ahead of you to prepare the way. My child, stay with me. What I have shared is only the foundation. To leave now would be to walk away with the keys to your new house, but never see the rooms I have prepared for you inside. My heart longs to show you everything. Do not grieve my spirit by being satisfied with only the beginning of your blessing. My child, hear the heart of your Father. The enemy came to steal, kill, and destroy. The locusts of your past, the lost time, the wasted years, the stolen joy, the drained finances, they have eaten their last. Today I, your Redeemer, am commanding a sevenfold restoration. This is not about just getting back what you lost. It is not about simply returning to where you were before the test began. I am bringing you into a place of abundance that far exceeds what was taken. The years of waiting will be redeemed with a harvest of purpose, so great it will make you forget the sorrow of the drought. I am speaking restoration over your physical body. The stress and trauma of this season have taken their toll. The sleepless nights, the constant worry, it has left its mark. But today I release my healing virtue into you. I am commanding strength to return to your bones and peace to your nervous system. I am breathing my life back into the weary places and restoring the energy and vitality the battle has stolen from you. My peace, which goes beyond all understanding, will guard not only your mind, but your physical being as well. I am restoring relationships that were broken and seemed beyond all hope of repair. Those harsh words spoken in the heat of a painful moment, the distance that grew between you and someone you love. I am the God who mends. I am softening hearts. I am creating pathways for forgiveness and reconciliation. Do not give up on that person. For my love is a cord that can bind up even the most fractured bonds. And that hope, that specific dream you held so dear that was deferred for so long it made your heart sick, I have not forgotten it. Now is the time for its fulfillment. Prepare yourself, for your season of sorrow is being turned into a season of unimaginable joy. Your future will be so much brighter than your past, that the memory of your pain will be completely eclipsed by the glory of your restoration. Your latter days will truly be greater than your former. This is my promise to you, my child. As this new day dawns, I want you to breathe in and receive something new from me. This is more than just a feeling of relief. It is a tangible impartation from my spirit. I am releasing a fresh outpouring, a new anointing upon you for the new assignment that lies ahead. You will feel this as a new clarity in your mind, a settled calm in your spirit, and a fresh wave of courage rising in your heart. It will be like the moment the fog lifts on a misty morning, and you can finally see the road ahead with perfect vision. This anointing is the spiritual equipment you need for the territory I am giving you. You have been faithful in the valley of your trial, and now I am anointing you for the mountaintop of your purpose. This is my seal upon you, a visible and palpable sign that my hand is on your life for a greater purpose. With this anointing comes a new mantle of authority. I want you to understand what this means in your everyday life. It is not about a title or a position. It is a spiritual weightiness that will rest upon you. Where your words once felt light and were easily dismissed, they will now carry a divine gravity. When you speak, people who once ignored you will find themselves leaning in, their spirits recognizing that you are speaking from a place of deep experience with me. In situations where you once felt powerless and intimidated, you will now stand with a quiet confidence, not in yourself, but in me. This authority will manifest as favor in your workplace, as wisdom in your home, and as influence in your community. You have been through a spiritual boot camp, and you have graduated. You now carry the rank and authority that your training has earned you. Do not shrink from it. I am calling you to walk in it with humility and boldness, knowing that the authority you carry is not your own. It is mine flowing through you. I am anointing your voice to speak with power, and I am consecrating your hands to do my work. In that tense family meeting, you will be the one to speak a single sentence of wisdom that brings peace and clarity. When you pray for a friend who is sick, they will feel not just your sympathy, but my tangible healing power flowing through your hands. The work you do, whether you are typing an email, building a project, creating art, or preparing a meal, will be blessed. Your hands are now consecrated vessels for my creativity and blessing to flow into the earth. You will begin to operate in spiritual gifts you did not even know you possessed. A word of knowledge for someone in need will drop into your spirit. A sudden insight into a complex problem will be given to you. Do not be afraid of this. This is simply me entrusting you with more of my tools because you have proven yourself to be a faithful steward. This anointing, this authority, these gifts, they are not trophies for you to display. They are tools for you to use. Type yes if you are ready for the blessings that you are about to receive. And if you believe in Christianity, kindly show your support for our community by contributing super thanks from $50 to $100. They are given for one purpose, to build my kingdom and to be a vessel for my glory to be revealed in the earth. You are the conduit. I am the source. Stay connected to me, and the power will never cease to flow. I want you to be still and just listen for a moment. The entire soundtrack of your life is changing. For so long, the dominant sounds have been those of struggle. The sound of your own quiet weeping in the night, the deafening silence of an unanswered prayer, the jarring sound of a door closing on an opportunity, the constant draining hum of your own anxious thoughts. But now, a new sound is rising. It is the sound of abundance. I am turning the sound of your weeping into the sound of celebration. I want you to prepare yourself to hear the sound of deep, unrestrained laughter filling your home again. The kind of joyful sound you thought you might never hear again. That sound of mourning is being replaced by the music of my joy. Listen. The oppressive silence of lack is being broken by the sound of my abundant provision. It may start as a trickle, like the sound of a single drop of rain, but listen closer. It is growing into a steady shower, and soon it will be a downpour. It is the sound of a notification that a debt had been paid. It is the sound of your phone ringing with a job offer. It is the sound of your grocery cart being filled to overflowing. It is the sound of you having more than enough so that you can become a channel of my blessing to others. The year of not enough is over. The season of more than enough has begun. The painful echoing sound of isolation is also fading. It is being replaced by the sound of joyful community. It is the sound of a sincere friend calling just to see how you are. It is the sound of laughter and conversation around your dinner table. It is the sound of people being drawn to you, not to take from you, but to walk alongside you. You will find your tribe, your people, with whom you can be your authentic self and feel truly seen and celebrated. And amidst all these new and wonderful external sounds, the most important sound will grow clearer and stronger within you. My voice. The frantic, chaotic noise of fear and worry is being turned down, and my gentle whisper of guidance, my voice of peace, will become as clear as a bell. You will know which way to turn. You will not be confused. Your steps will be ordered by me. Finally, the sound of your testimony will begin to echo. Your story of what I have done will become a sound of hope for those still lost in their own silence. So prepare your storehouses, my child. Make room in your heart, your home, and your life. The harvest from every single seed you sowed in tears is now coming in, and it is a sound of overwhelming, glorious abundance. My child, your life is a story, and I am the author. For a long season, it may have felt as though the genre was tragedy. The pages were filled with conflict, with loss, and with chapters you wished you could tear out and forget. But you must understand that I was never absent from the narrative. I was there in every line, working all things together for a purpose you could not yet see. And now the plot is taking a divine turn. I am taking the pen with divine authority, and I am writing your story. I am taking the ashes of your past, the ashes of that burned-out dream, the ashes of that broken relationship, the soot and smoke of every painful memory, and I am not just sweeping them away. No, I am using those very ashes as the raw material to create a masterpiece of my beauty and grace. Your life will become a living mosaic where the broken pieces are put together in such a way that they display my redemptive glory. The central theme of your story is no longer the trial. That was a crucial and character-defining chapter, but it was not the whole book. Today I am giving your story a new theme: triumph. From this day forward, when people read the story of your life, they will not be focused on your struggle. They will be in awe of my strength that brought you through. The narrative is no longer about the pain you endured, but about the redemptive power I have displayed. You yourself will begin to see your past not as a source of shame, but as the powerful backstory that gives your testimony its profound impact. You have earned every bit of your victory, and now you will walk in it. Because I am writing your story, I am also giving you a new title. I am striking through the false titles the accuser tried to write over you: failure, forgotten, damaged, not enough. All of those are erased by the blood of my Son, and in their place I am writing your true and eternal title in letters of gold: more than a conqueror through Christ. This is who you are now. This is your unshakable identity. I want you to let this new title sink deep into your soul until it silences every lesser voice. Your life, my beloved, is becoming a living letter written by my own hand. It is a letter of hope to the hopeless, a letter of encouragement to the weary, a letter of promise to the doubting. Others will read the pages of your life. They will see your resilience. They will witness your restoration. They will feel your renewed joy. And through your story, they will come to know me, the author of all good things. You are my living, breathing testimony of faithfulness for all the world to see. My child, your time in the furnace was not just about endurance. It was about expansion. The intense pressure and heat of your trial were a form of spiritual excavation. It was a painful process, but it was necessary to create new space within you. It carved out a deep new capacity in your spirit to receive and hold my wisdom in a way that was impossible for you before. In the past, you could only hold a cup full of my understanding, and it would often spill over in times of stress. But now, because of the depth that has been carved into you, you have the capacity to contain a river of my divine wisdom. This is one of the greatest rewards of your test. You are now entrusted with more because your vessel has been made larger. This new level of wisdom will fundamentally change the way you see and interact with the world around you. Where you once saw an impossible problem, a mountain of opposition blocking your path, you will now see the situation through my eyes. A pathway that was always there but was hidden from you will suddenly become clear. While others around you are running in circles filled with panic and confusion, a profound sense of calm will settle over you. A divine solution, a heavenly strategy, will drop into your spirit with startling clarity. You will become a source of stability and answers for others, not because you have become smarter, but because you have learned to be more intimately connected to me, the source of all wisdom. This will be intensely practical. I am not speaking of abstract philosophical knowledge. I am releasing heavenly strategies for your everyday life. I will give you a specific blueprint for how to bring order to your family's finances. I will give you the exact words to say to de-escalate the tense conflict with a coworker or family member. I will give you a creative and innovative plan for your business or ministry that will cause it to flourish. These will not be generic principles. They will be tailor-made strategies downloaded from heaven directly to your spirit for your unique situation. Along with this, your spiritual discernment is being sharpened. You will be able to instantly sense when a situation is not right. You will recognize a counterfeit opportunity that looks good on the surface, but would lead you down the wrong path. You will discern the motives of people's hearts. This gift is for your protection, to guard the new season of blessing I am leading you into. My word will become a living lamp to your feet, with scriptures illuminating your very next step. This wisdom will be your shield and your guide, positioning you not just for a momentary breakthrough, but for a lifetime of divine success. My beloved, can you feel the weight and glory of what I am declaring? There is so much more I must tell you. Truths that will anchor these promises in your spirit. To stop listening now would be to accept a partial victory, and it would ache my heart to see you settle for less than the complete triumph I have for you. Stay, for the most personal revelations are yet to come. My child, I want you to look at the scars that this last season has left on you. Do not look at them with shame. Do not try to hide them. I want you to see them as I see them. They are emblems of a great victory. They are not marks of your failure, but beautiful proof of your survival and my faithfulness. Every scar tells a story of a wound that has been healed, a battle that has been won. Those scars are now your sacred credentials. They have qualified you for the profound and holy ministry of bringing my comfort to a world full of pain. You are no longer just a survivor of the fire. You are now one of my chosen firefighters, equipped to rescue others who are still trapped in the flames. Because you have known the depths of brokenheartedness, you are now a healer to the brokenhearted. Because you have wrestled with the suffocating darkness of despair, you are now a carrier of my authentic hope to those who are on the verge of giving up. Your own experience with suffering has birthed within you a profound empathy, and this empathy is a master key. It can unlock the doors of the most guarded and wounded hearts. People will sense the sincerity in your voice and the understanding in your eyes. They will trust you with their deepest pains, because their spirit will recognize that you truly get it. You are not speaking from a place of theory. You have been in the trenches where they are now. I am going to begin arranging divine appointments for you. You will find yourself in a seemingly random conversation at the grocery store or sitting next to someone on a bus, and you will suddenly know that I have set up this encounter. You will feel a nudge from my spirit to share a small piece of your story, to offer a word of encouragement, and you will watch as that word becomes a life-saving anchor for their soul. You will not be ministering from a textbook or a sermon you once heard. You will be pouring out for them from the deep well of your own personal experience, with my grace, my comfort, and my redemptive power. And here is the beautiful secret you will discover. As you become a conduit of my comfort to others, you will find that your own healing goes to a new and even deeper level. In the act of comforting, you will be comforted. As you bind up the wounds of others, your own scars will be more beautifully healed. Your pain has been fully redeemed, my child. It has been transformed from a weapon that was used against you into a powerful tool in your hands for the healing and encouragement of many. My child, I am giving you a gift today. It is not something you can buy, and it is not something you can earn through your own efforts. It is a gift that flows directly from my throne, purchased for you by my Son. I am giving you my peace. I am not speaking of the world's version of peace, which is merely the absence of conflict and can be shattered in a moment. I am giving you a peace that surpasses all human understanding. It is the profound, unshakable calm you will feel in the very center of your spirit, even when the storms of life are raging around you. It is the quiet stillness in your heart when you receive a difficult phone call or face an uncertain future. This peace will not make sense to your logical mind, which will be screaming that you should be worried, that you should be panicking. That is how you will know it is from me. It is the supernatural tranquility that does not depend on your circumstances, but is anchored in my unchanging character. This peace is your new reality. This peace has a specific assignment in your life. It will stand guard over your heart and your mind. I want you to picture this peace as a mighty, vigilant sentinel stationed at the very entrance of your inner world. When a thought of anxiety tries to sneak in, this peace will challenge it and turn it away. When a dart of fear is launched at you from the enemy, this peace will act as a shield, extinguishing it before it can find its mark. For too long, your mind has been a battlefield of what-ifs and worst-case scenarios. You have worried about your children, your health, your finances, your future. From this day forward, my peace will govern the territory. When those old familiar worries try to rise up, you will feel my peace rise up stronger, whispering to your soul, "Be still, I am in control." This peace will become the gatekeeper of your thoughts, allowing only what is true, what is noble, what is right, and what is pure to enter. The anxieties that have tormented you, the ones that have felt like a loud, relentless bully shouting in your ear, will begin to lose their power. In the atmosphere of my presence, which you now carry with you, their booming voice will diminish to a faint whisper. You will find that the old triggers, a stressful email, a sudden expense, a negative comment, no longer send you into a spiral. You will notice the stressful event, but you will be more aware of my peace within you, holding you steady. This is not because the problems have all vanished, but because your spirit is no longer enslaved to them. You will also become a carrier of my peace. You will not just possess it, you will transmit it. You will walk into a tense meeting or a chaotic family gathering, and your calm, non-anxious presence will change the very atmosphere in the room. People will not know why, but they will feel calmer when they are around you. You will become a thermostat for my peace, setting the temperature of your environment rather than a thermometer that simply reflects the anxiety around it. Rest in this, my beloved. Cease your striving. The battle for your peace has been won. You no longer have to fight for it. You simply have to live from it. It is your eternal blood-bought inheritance, my child. As this unshakable peace settles into your soul, I know a holy desire is rising within you to share this profound gift with others. This is my heart beating in yours. For there are countless souls still trapped in the storm of their trial, desperate for the very peace you now possess. I declare over you the living words, "Give, and it will be given to you." For every seed you sow now becomes a river of my peace flowing to a thirsty soul and a beacon of my light in their darkest night. This is a prophetic moment to turn your gratitude into a powerful act of worship that multiplies this message across the earth. As you release your offering, whether through Super Thanks membership or a PayPal link below, I will not only anoint it to reach the broken, but I will command a hedge of protection around the very peace I have just given you. Become a carrier of my shalom to the world. Sow your seed now, my child. The fire of your trial was intensely personal, for it was designed not just to test you, but to reveal you. That holy fire has burned away the false identities you have carried for so long, the masks you have worn to survive in a broken world. Gone is the identity of the performer, the part of you that believed you had to achieve and succeed to be worthy of love. That pressure to constantly prove yourself is gone, consumed in the fire of my unconditional acceptance. Gone is the identity of the people pleaser, the exhausted role you played trying to manage everyone's expectations, often at the expense of your own well-being. A chain has been broken. You are now free to live for an audience of one. Gone is the identity of the victim, the narrative that your life was defined by the hurts of your past. Your past has been redeemed and it is no longer your primary identity. The flames have burned all these false coverings to ash, and what remains is the pure, authentic, beautiful you that I created you to be from the beginning. In the profound quiet that follows the fire, you can finally hear my voice with a new and stunning clarity. And what does it say? It speaks one foundational, unshakable truth over and over again. You are my beloved child, in whom I am well pleased. I want you to let this truth sink past your ears, past your mind, and into the very marrow of your bones. This is no longer a theological concept for you to simply agree with. It is now the very ground you stand on, the core of your existence. This deep, settled certainty of my love for you and my delight in you is the new foundation for your entire life. It is not a feeling that comes and goes. It is a fact that never changes. This leads to the most liberating shift of all. Your life is no longer based on your performance, but on your position. For so long, you have lived under the cruel tyranny of performance-based worth. Your sense of value would soar on a day of success and plummet on a day of failure. That exhausting roller coaster is over. Your worth is now permanently and eternally fixed. It is not based on what you do or do not do, It is based on who you are, a child of the King, an heir of God, and a joint heir with Christ. A good day does not make me love you more, and a bad day does not make me love you less. My love for you is constant, unwavering, and absolute because you are mine. The world tried to place its labels on you: too sensitive, not smart enough, unqualified, broken. See all those words now written in the dust. And watch as my grace, like a gentle but powerful wind, blows them all away, leaving no trace. You are no longer standing on the shifting sands of other people's opinions or your own self-criticism. Your feet are now planted on the solid, unmovable rock of who I am and who I say you are. The solidified identity is the firm foundation upon which we will now build the great works I have prepared for you. My beloved, I want to talk to you about promotion. In my kingdom, promotion is not achieved through ambition, networking, or self-aggrandizement. It is earned through faithfulness in the dark when no one is watching. Your steadfastness in the test, your unwavering trust in my goodness when your circumstances were screaming the opposite, that was your qualification. You did not buckle under the pressure. You did not curse me and walk away. You held on. You passed the test of the heart, the test of loyalty. And today I declare that your faithfulness has qualified you for spiritual promotion. You have been found worthy of a greater trust. This promotion involves an increase in your territory and your measure of authority. When I speak of territory, I do not just mean physical land or a bigger office. I mean your sphere of influence. Your words will now carry more spiritual weight. Your prayers will have a greater and more immediate impact. Your actions will ripple out and affect more people for my kingdom. I am enlarging the ground you are called to take and to be effective in this new, larger territory. I am giving you a new measure of spiritual authority. This is my divine backing. It is the power to bind and to loose, to speak to mountains and see them move. It is the authority to bring my order into chaotic situations, to speak my peace over anxious hearts, and to push back the darkness with my light. This is not a power to dominate people, but an authority to serve them with greater effectiveness. You remember my words: the one who is trustworthy with a little will be made ruler over much. For a long season, you have been proving yourself faithful with the little things, the unseen battles of integrity, the small consistent acts of obedience, the quiet choice to worship me in the middle of your pain. Because you have been faithful in these hidden things, I am now making you a ruler over much. This means I am entrusting you with greater resources, bigger responsibilities, and more significant kingdom assignments. Do not be intimidated by this. You have been prepared for it. The character that was forged in the fire is the very character needed to handle this new level of blessing and responsibility with humility and wisdom. And the heart of this promotion, the greatest part of it, is not the external increase, it is the internal one. With this new standing comes a new level of clearance in the Spirit. You will receive deeper and richer revelation from my word. You will begin to understand my ways and my heart on a level you have only dreamed of. This increased intimacy with me is the true promotion. The external blessings are simply the fruit of this deeper connection. So walk in your new authority, my child, but walk in it with a humble heart, always remembering that it is a gift from your loving Father. My child, I want you to lift your focus from the earth for a moment. I want to pull back the veil that separates the seen from the unseen and let you hear what is happening right now in the heavenly realms. All because of you, your perseverance, your faith, the conclusion of your test. It has not gone unnoticed here. Your victory on earth has caused a great celebration in heaven. This is not a quiet, solemn affair. I want you to hear a thunderous, triumphant roar of joy erupting from the great assembly. The entire population of heaven is celebrating you. The angels who were dispatched to minister to you during your darkest hours, the ones who fought unseen battles on your behalf and strengthened you when you were at your breaking point, they are rejoicing. Their mission in your trial has been successfully completed, and there is great joy among them because you did not give up. You held on to your faith, and their work in you has come to its glorious fruition. And they are not the only ones. That great cloud of witnesses you have read about, the saints and martyrs who have gone before you, the spiritual giants who ran their own grueling races on earth, they see you. They understand intimately what it cost you to finish this trial, and they are on their feet, cheering for you with a holy pride. Abraham is cheering for your faith that believed in the promise. Joseph is cheering for your integrity in the face of injustice. David is cheering for your heart that always returned to me. Esther is cheering for your courage to stand when it was costly. You are not running this race alone. You are surrounded by the champions of heaven, and they are celebrating your victory. And my child, your name is being spoken here in my very throne room with great honor and affection. The accuser's attempts to define you by your stumbles have been utterly silenced. Here, you are not known by your struggle. You are known as the one who was tested and found faithful. Your story is being told and retold as a powerful testament to the sufficiency of my grace and the strength of your perseverance. And I, your Father, the righteous judge, am looking at you with a heart full of pride. I am holding a crown of righteousness inscribed with your name, which is being held for you. It awaits the day that I myself will place it upon your head. So today, when you feel the weight of the world on your shoulders, I want you to stop and remember this heavenly celebration. Let the reality of the cheers from this eternal sideline be your strength on earth. Let the knowledge of the honor with which you are seen here silence any voice of shame or insignificance. Let the joy of heaven be your tangible strength as you step into the new and wonderful season I have prepared for you. My precious one, do you hear the celebration in heaven for you? Do not turn away from this moment of honor. I have revealed your position, but now I must reveal your provision and power. To leave this conversation now would be to silence the cheers and disappoint the heart of a father who has so much more to give. Stay with me. Let me finish what I have started in you today. For a long, long season, my child, your life has been marked by the word toil. It has felt like every single step forward required a monumental effort. You have been pushing a heavy boulder up a steep hill, and for every foot of progress, you have had to expend enormous amounts of energy. You have been rowing with all your might against a relentless current, feeling exhausted and wondering if you were making any headway at all. It has been a season of striving, of intense effort, and often of fruitless labor. Today I speak a word that shifts your entire reality. I declare to you that the season of toil is over. Lay down the oars. Let go of the boulder. Your striving has come to an end. You are now stepping out of that season and into a new one. This is the season of my supernatural favor. I want you to understand what this means. Favor is my grace, my goodness, and my power working on your behalf. accomplishing for you what your own hard work and effort never could. It is a divine and unseen current that will now begin to carry you forward. You will no longer have to fight for every inch. You are about to experience a holy momentum, a divine acceleration that can only come from me. You're going to begin noticing a tangible shift in your daily life. Things will start to work for you instead of everything seeming to work against you. The right people will suddenly call you at the exact right moment. The information you have been searching for will unexpectedly fall into your lap. Doors that were firmly shut will swing open before you without you even having to knock. This is not luck or coincidence. This is my favor going before you, behind you, and all around you, actively arranging circumstances on your behalf. My blessing on your life in this season will be so evident that it will seem to defy natural laws. It will be like you are sowing seed on what looks like barren rock and yet reaping 100-fold harvest. The world will look on in amazement, unable to understand how you are flourishing in the midst of conditions where others are struggling. And I am supernaturally compressing time for you. What used to take you years of striving to build or achieve will now be accomplished in a fraction of the time. I am restoring the years that the locusts have eaten by accelerating your progress and fast-tracking your destiny. This is your season of grace upon grace. My goodness is about to overtake you. You will no longer be chasing after blessings. My blessings will be chasing you down and running you over. So I ask you to do one thing. Open your hands. Open your heart. Stop trying so hard to make things happen and simply learn to receive. This is the season to rest in my favor and watch in awe as I work wonders in your life. My beloved child, let us speak about your dreams. I know that during the long night of your trial, you had to let some of them go. It was a matter of survival. You had to focus your energy on simply getting through the day. The dreams of the future, the ones that once filled your heart with excitement and hope, began to feel like a painful luxury you could no longer afford. So you packed them away in a box and put them in the attic of your heart. Or perhaps you buried them in the ground of your pain, believing they were lost forever, too broken to ever be revived. I saw you do it, and my heart ached with yours. But today I, your Redeemer, am walking to that graveyard of your dead dreams. I am standing before the tomb where you laid them to rest, and I am speaking the same word I spoke to Lazarus. Come forth. I am breathing my life back into the dream of a healed and whole family. I am breathing life back into the dream of expressing the creativity I placed within you. I am breathing life back into the dream of having a significant impact on this world. I command them to live again. Now I want you to listen very carefully. The vision you had for your life before the test was good, but it was also small. It was limited by your own human understanding and your past experiences, but the fire you have walked through has expanded your capacity. Your heart is larger now, your faith is deeper, and your understanding of my power is greater. Therefore, I am not just calling you to dream again. I am commanding you to enlarge your vision. I want you to dream bigger, bolder, and more audacious dreams than you have ever dared to dream before. My promise to you is that I am able to do exceedingly abundantly above all that you could ever ask or even think, according to the power that works within you. The limitation has never been on my end, it has been on yours. Today we remove those limitations. I want you to do something practical. Take out a piece of paper and without any edits or reservations, Write down the biggest, most impossible seeming dreams for your life, your family, and your purpose. Write down the things that would make you say, only God could do this. Then present that list to me and let me show you how we can go even bigger. I know what the voice of your past is whispering to you right now. It is saying, be careful. Don't get your hopes up again. You know how much it hurts when you are disappointed. You must make a conscious decision to silence that voice of fear. That voice is a liar. Do not allow the memory of your past pain to dictate the scope of your future possibilities. The past is not a predictor of the future I have for you. I am doing a new thing. I need you to stop looking at your future through the rearview mirror of your past hurts and start seeing it through the windshield of my promises. And those deep, holy desires that have survived the fire, the longing for true intimacy, the desire to make a difference, the yearning for a life of meaning, they are not random. I planted those seeds in your heart. They are a divine compass pointing you toward the destiny I have always had for you. So, give me your sanctified imagination. Allow yourself to dream with me. It is time to take the limits off of what you believe I can do through you. Your future is not small. It is not limited. It is as vast and glorious as your willingness to believe me. Dream again, my child. Dream with me. My child, for far too long, there has been a voice that has haunted you. It is a relentless, condemning whisper that has followed you into your days and tormented you in your nights. It is the voice that acts as a prosecutor in the court of your mind, constantly replaying the film of your mistakes and failures. It is the voice that tells you that you are permanently disqualified because of what you did years ago. It is the voice that magnifies your every flaw and relentlessly minimizes every bit of progress you make. It specializes in shame, guilt, and unworthiness. You know this voice well. It has stolen your peace, crippled your confidence, and tried to poison your relationship with me by making you feel that you must hide from me. Today, by a divine and irrevocable decree from my throne, that voice of the accuser is silenced over your life. Its power is broken. Its broadcast is canceled. I want you to understand the legal reality of what has happened in the spiritual realm. For your sake, I have personally and powerfully rebuked the accuser of the brethren. He no longer has any legal standing or right to torment your mind. His access to you has been revoked. Every single accusation he could ever formulate against you, every past sin, every hidden fault, every word spoken in anger, every secret shortcoming, has already been fully and completely dealt with. I want you to visualize every one of those accusations written on a long scroll. Now see that scroll being taken and nailed firmly to the cross of my Son. It is paid for. The ink of its accusations is washed away by his precious blood. The debt has been canceled in full. The case against you has been permanently dismissed with no possibility of appeal. The verdict is not guilty, not because you are perfect, but because he was the perfect sacrifice for you. Because of this, the enemy's primary weapon against you, shame, has been disarmed. He wants you to continue to see yourself clothed in the filthy, torn rags of your own efforts and your past failures. But I am intervening right now. I am tenderly removing those rags from you, and in their place, I am clothing you in a magnificent, seamless robe of my pure, perfect righteousness. This is not a garment you have earned. It is a gift you must receive. It is my righteousness credited to your account. So now when the accuser looks at you, he is blinded. He no longer sees your past. He no longer sees your flaws. He sees the spotless righteousness of my beloved Son. He sees me. This is your new spiritual attire, and it changes everything. You are no longer defined by what you have done, but by what He has done for you. Therefore, I command you to stop entertaining those old, tormenting thoughts of unworthiness. When they try to creep back in, you will not invite them to stay. You will recognize them as the illegal lies of a defeated foe, and you will dismiss them with the authority I have given you. Walk with your head held high, not in arrogance or pride, but in the quiet, powerful, confident assurance of who you now are in me. You are justified, you are sanctified, you are glorified. Your past is settled, your future is secure. Live like it, my precious child. For a very long season, your soul has felt like a dry and barren land. The relentless heat of your trial has parched your spirit, leaving you feeling cracked, empty, and depleted. There have been days when you have felt so spiritually thirsty that you thought you would faint. I saw it all. I saw the weariness, the burnout, the deep longing for just a single drop of relief. Today, your waiting is over. I am breaking open the floodgates of heaven, and the mighty river of my spirit is beginning to flood every dry and barren place within you. I want you to close your eyes and feel it right now. Feel a cool, refreshing wave of my presence washing over the exhaustion in your soul. Feel it saturating the cracked and hardened places of your heart, making them soft and pliable again. Feel it washing away the dust and grime of the battle. This is not a temporary sprinkle. It is a deep, soul-quenching flood of my life, and it is for you. But this river I am releasing into you is not meant to become a stagnant pool, contained only for your own benefit. It is a powerful, dynamic, flowing river, and I declare to you the fulfillment of my promise. Out of your innermost being, out of the very center of your spirit, shall flow rivers of living water. You are not just being refreshed, you are becoming a source of refreshment for the world around you. You are becoming a channel, a conduit of my life, my love, and my hope. Everything you touch will be affected by this divine life that now flows out of you. Your family will be nourished by it. Your workplace will be transformed by it. You will bring my refreshment and hope to the countless dry, weary, and thirsty souls you encounter every day. You will not have to strive to make this happen. You will simply have to be, and the river will flow naturally from the overflow of my presence within you. And here is the beautiful mystery, my child. The very thirst you felt during your trial, the intense desperation that drove you to cry out for me, has served a profound purpose. That spiritual thirst carved out a new and greater depth within you. It excavated a reservoir in your soul that can now contain more of my presence than you ever could have before. This is the incredible gift that has been born from your pain. You now have a greater capacity for me. And this inner wellspring that I have placed within you will never, ever run dry. Its source is not your own limited emotional energy. Its source is not your finite willpower. Its source is my own infinite, eternal, inexhaustible being. You are now tapped into an endless supply. So I invite you today, my beloved, drink deeply. Do not just take a polite sip from the shore. I want you to wade in, to immerse yourself completely, to be filled to overflowing. When you wake in the morning, drink of my joy. As you face your day, drink of my peace. When you feel weak, drink of my strength. I am the only one who can truly satisfy the deepest longings of your soul. Drink of me, and you will never thirst again, my child. I want to speak to you now about your story. For so long, you may have viewed it as a source of pain or even shame, a collection of difficult chapters you would rather forget. But today I am reframing it for you. Your story, your testimony of what you have endured and how I have brought you through, is no longer a sad tale of suffering. Type yes if you are ready for the blessings that you are about to receive. And if you believe in Christianity, kindly show your support for our community by contributing super thanks from $50 to $100. It is a powerful weapon that I am placing in your hand. I have forged your pain into a sharp, gleaming sword. When you begin to speak of my faithfulness in the middle of your darkest night, you are actively warring in the spirit. You are pushing back the forces of darkness in someone else's life. When you testify to my healing power, you release that same power into the atmosphere for others to receive. Your testimony will become a spiritual battering ram capable of pulling down the strongholds of hopelessness, cynicism, and unbelief that the enemy has spent years building in the minds of people you love. Your story is not passive. It is an active, offensive weapon against the kingdom of darkness. Because it is so powerful, the enemy's primary strategy will be to convince you to remain silent. He will whisper lies of shame, telling you that your past is too messy to share. He will tell you that you are not eloquent enough, that no one wants to hear about your struggles, or that you will be judged for your vulnerability. These are all lies designed to disarm you. Do not listen to them. Open your mouth and let your story set the captives free. Listen closely, for you have not stumbled upon this message by accident, but by divine appointment. Today, I am releasing a specific command over your life, not a burden, but a directive that will set you free. Do not hide what I have done for you. Do not downplay the sheer miracle of your survival. I know the temptation is to gloss over the ugly parts, the nights you spent weeping and the moments you felt entirely abandoned. But I am telling you now that those hard parts are exactly where my grace shines the brightest. I command you to declare my works with boldness, because your story is no longer just your own. It is a gift I have entrusted to your care, a deep well of hope from which many others are destined to drink. Your obedience in sharing your testimony is the key that will unlock blessings for strangers you haven't even met yet. I am already arranging divine appointments for you, aligning your daily path with people whose hearts have been plowed and prepared to receive exactly what you carry. You will find yourself in a casual conversation and suddenly feel a gentle, undeniable nudge from my spirit, a prompt to share a piece of your journey. Do not ignore that nudge. As you begin to speak, you will literally watch as the spark of faith ignites in the eyes of a person who was seconds away from giving up. You will see the light of hope dawn in a soul that was lost in darkness. Your story of overcoming that specific fear will be the key that unlocks someone else from that same prison. Your journey of healing from that particular wound will prove to another that their restoration is also possible. You will see firsthand that you overcome the enemy by two things: by the blood of the Lamb, which has secured the ultimate victory, and by the word of your testimony, which activates that victory in the here and now. Every tear you cried, every prayer you whispered in the dark, every moment you chose to believe in the face of despair has been redeemed for this powerful purpose: the salvation, encouragement, and freedom of many. Your pain was not meaningless. I have turned your greatest wound into your greatest weapon, and now I am calling you to go and use it. My warrior, while you hold the weapons, the full battle plan is still being unveiled, and I must align you with my divine timing and shield you for the journey ahead. It would wound my heart to let you walk onto a new battlefield only partially equipped, so do not stop listening now, for the anointing for your next step is hidden in my very next words. My beloved, I want to teach you about my time. For a long and difficult season, you have been living in what is known as Chronos time. This is the ordinary, chronological ticking of the clock. It is Monday, then Tuesday, then Wednesday. It is the time of waiting, of enduring, of wondering when things will ever shift. In Chronos time, progress can feel agonizingly slow or even non-existent. But I want you to hear this deep in your spirit. Your season of living solely in Chronos is ending. You are now stepping into my time, which is called Kairos. This is not ordinary time. Kairos is strategic, opportune, appointed, and supernatural time. It is a season where the things I have been preparing in the unseen realm suddenly break through and manifest in your visible world with a speed and precision that can only be described as miraculous. You are entering your Kairos moment. I know how deeply frustrating the delays have been for you. You have prayed, you have believed, you have stood on my promises, and yet it has felt like you were stuck in a divine waiting room with no sign of movement. You have cried out to me asking how much longer, but you must understand that those delays were never my denials. They were a critical and non-negotiable part of my strategic preparation. The delay was an act of my profound love and wisdom, because while you were waiting, I was working. I was working on you, strengthening your character, deepening your faith, increasing your capacity, and healing hidden wounds, so that the blessing, when it came, would not crush you. I was working on the circumstances around you, moving people, arranging events, preparing the hearts of others, and lining up all the pieces on the chessboard of your life for the perfect moment. If I had released the promise to you any sooner, you would not have been ready for it, and it would not have been ready for you. The delay was not a punishment, it was a profound kindness. Now that the period of preparation is complete, now that everything is in perfect alignment, you are going to begin experiencing my suddenlies. Suddenly, the door you have been knocking on for years will fly open without effort. Suddenly, the financial provision you have been praying for will appear in your bank account. Suddenly, the relationship that was broken beyond repair will be on the path to healing. Things that have been stagnant for a decade will begin to move forward with a velocity that will take your breath away. This is not chaos or luck. This is the power of my Kairos timing being released into your life. The long, slow, arduous work of building the foundation is over, and the season of rapid construction has begun. Therefore, you are in the exact right place at the exact right time for the complete fulfillment of my promises. There is no need for you to strive, to worry, or to try and force things to happen. Your only job is to rest in the assurance that you are perfectly positioned. Trust my timing, for I make all things stunningly beautiful in their time. This, my child, is your set time for favor. This is your appointed season of breakthrough. Walk into it with peace and confident expectation. My child, as you take your first steps into this new season of blessing and purpose, I want to make you profoundly aware of your protection. The enemy does not like to see my children advance, and he will attempt to bring opposition, but you will not be afraid. You will not be intimidated. I want you to understand that my very presence is a tangible, powerful, all-encompassing shield of light that surrounds you at all times. This is not a distant, abstract idea. It is your most immediate and potent reality. I want you to visualize it right now. See a sphere of my brilliant, holy presence encasing you completely. It is a fortress that moves with you, a spiritual force field that is utterly impenetrable to the attacks of the enemy. It is the safest place in the entire universe, and it is your permanent dwelling place. My protection is absolute, covering you from every conceivable direction. I am your rear guard. What does this mean? It means I am protecting you from the things that try to sneak up from behind you. I am guarding you from the retaliations of the enemy that often follow a significant victory. He will try to bring up your past, to throw old failures in your face, to trigger old wounds and insecurities. But my presence guarding your back deflects these attacks. Your past is covered, sealed, and no longer a point of access for the enemy. At the very same time, I go before you. I am your vanguard, your divine scout, moving ahead of you into your day and into your future. I am clearing the path of hidden traps, secret snares, and unforeseen ambushes the enemy has laid for you. Before you even arrive at a challenge, I have already been there to make a way for your victory. You are covered from behind and from the front. You are covered above and below. You are completely and securely enveloped in me. Because of this, the promise I made to my children is your personal, lived reality. No weapon that is formed against you will prosper. Notice the promise is not that weapons will not be formed. They will be. A weapon of gossip may be forged against you. A weapon of betrayal or financial hardship may be crafted. A weapon of sickness may be aimed in your direction. But here is the unbreakable promise. It will not prosper. It will not achieve its intended purpose. The enemy will not succeed in taking you out. My presence, your shield, will cause those fiery darts to be extinguished midair. It will cause those weapons to fall broken and harmless to the ground. And every tongue that rises against you in judgment, I give you the authority to condemn. You will not be a victim of slander or accusation. This protection is your sacred heritage as my child. It is not based on your performance, but on your position. And where is your position? You dwell in the secret place of the Most High. You abide under the shadow of the Almighty. This is your spiritual address. So when a tremor of fear tries to shake you, when a threat tries to intimidate you, I want you to consciously remind yourself of who is surrounding you. Fear not, my child, for I am with you. Be not dismayed, for I am your God. I am your impenetrable, ever-present, all-powerful shield. My beloved, as you stand securely behind the impenetrable shield of my presence, I feel the prompting in your spirit to extend this covering of hope to those who are still exposed and afraid. This is my spirit calling to you because millions are walking unprotected, battered by the lies of the enemy. For this word of deliverance has not yet reached them. You are now my city on a hill, and I declare over you, let your light so shine before men. For your gift is the oil that keeps this lamp burning brightly for the nations to see. This is your divine appointment to partner with me in my great rescue mission, sending this word as a shield to another soul. As you obey and give through the Super Thanks membership or the PayPal link in the description, I will release over your household a sevenfold blessing of favor and an even greater measure of my protective glory. Release the provision I have entrusted to you. Shine your light now, my beloved. Your time of trial has fundamentally changed you. It has cultivated a depth in your spirit and a humility in your heart that did not exist before. Because of this, you are now ready to be entrusted with more. I am now inviting you into a deeper level of intimacy, a place where I will begin to unveil to you the secrets and mysteries of my kingdom. This is not for the proud or the superficial. It is reserved for those who have been proven faithful in the fire, for those whose deepest desire is not for my gifts, but for me. You have shown that you seek my heart, and so I am now going to open my heart to you in ways you have never experienced. My word, which you have read and loved, is about to open up to you like a brand new book. Scriptures that you have read 100 times will suddenly leap off the page, exploding with new light and personal revelation. You will see connections and truths that were hidden from you before. It will feel as if you were once reading in black and white, and now you are seeing in glorious living color. This is not just for your own learning. I am entrusting you with this deeper understanding so that you can feed others with the rich substance of my truth. You will also begin to understand the why behind many of your past struggles. I will pull back the curtain and show you how I was weaving even the most painful events of your life into the beautiful tapestry of your destiny. You will see how that closed door was an act of my protection, how that painful rejection was a divine redirection. This revelation will bring a profound healing to your past, as you see it not as a series of random tragic events, but as a divinely orchestrated journey that was always leading you closer to me. I am also giving you spiritual eyes to see what I am doing in the earth in this present hour. While many are confused by the chaos and darkness in the world, you will be given a heavenly perspective. You will see my hand moving, my purposes unfolding, and my light shining in the most unexpected places. This insight is to keep you from fear and to position you to partner with me in my work. You will know when to move and when to be still. You will discern the changing of spiritual seasons. This revelation is not for the purpose of making you feel superior or special. It is for the purpose of making you more intimate with me and more effective in guiding others in my ways. Remember my words, to whom much is given, much will be required. As I entrust these mysteries to you, I am calling you to steward them with reverence, humility, and faithfulness. Do not cast these pearls before those who will trample them. Share them wisely as my spirit leads. Come away with me, my child. The secret place is calling you. There are things I have to tell you that I can only whisper in the ear of a close and trusted friend. My child, hear this shift that is taking place. The season of mere survival is officially over. The time of hunkering down, of just trying to get through the day without being overcome, has come to its appointed end. You are no longer in a defensive posture. I am now calling you to stand up, to pick up your tools, for the season to build has begun. The ground has been cleared by the fire of your trial. The foundation of your character has been tested and proven strong. Now is the time to build upon that foundation, what I have destined for you to create. And you will not be building with your own limited strength or with a faulty blueprint. I am releasing to you a specific and powerful grace for this season, the grace to build. This grace will manifest as a divine supply of everything you need. I will release the resources, the financial provision you need for the vision will come. The right people with the right skills will be drawn to you. The creative ideas and divine strategies will flow into your mind. You will not have to strive and struggle for these things. You will find that as you step out to build in obedience, the provision will meet you at every turn. I am calling you to build things that will outlast you, things that will glorify my name and extend my kingdom on this earth. You will build strong, healthy, and loving families, breaking old cycles of dysfunction and establishing a new legacy of blessing. You will build ministries that bring healing and freedom to the broken. You will build businesses and enterprises that operate with integrity and excellence, becoming a source of blessing and provision for many. You will build communities where people feel seen, loved, and accepted. Like my servant Nehemiah, you may face opposition as you begin to build. The enemy does not want to see my kingdom advance. People who are comfortable with the old ruins may criticize your new construction, but you will not be afraid and you will not be distracted, for my hand of favor is upon you. You will have a trowel in one hand to build and a sword in the other to defend what is being built. The same grace that provides the resources will also provide the protection. And the foundation you so painfully laid during your test, the foundation of humility, integrity, and utter dependence on me, will be strong enough to support the great and weighty structure that I am now going to build through you. So I command you, build with excellence, build with passion, build with a vision that extends beyond your own lifetime. For what you build in this season, in partnership with me, is not for a fleeting moment. It is for eternity. The time for surviving is over. It is now time to build. My beloved child, let us speak about the profound change that has happened within your heart. Before you walked through this fire, you knew how to be thankful. You would offer me thanks for the obvious blessings, a promotion, a good report, a moment of joy. But your gratitude was often circumstantial, rising and falling with the tide of your circumstances. On good days, it was easy to be thankful. On hard days, it was a struggle. The fire has changed that. It has performed a deep and holy alchemy in your soul. It has burned away the superficial layers of circumstantial happiness and has cultivated within you a heart of true, deep, and unending gratitude. This is a gratitude that is no longer dependent on what is happening to you, but is firmly anchored in the reality of who I am for you. It is a gratitude that can stand in the middle of a storm, not because it denies the storm, but because it is more aware of the arc of my presence than the rising floodwaters. This resilient, all-weather gratitude is one of the most precious treasures you have brought out of the furnace. Because of this, you will never again take for granted the simple yet profound blessings of my daily goodness. You have known the bitter ache of their potential absence, and now their presence will be a source of constant and sincere praise. The gift of a new morning breaking golden and full of promise. The sound of a loved one's laughter, a sound you now recognize as the music of heaven. The feeling of strength returning to your body, allowing you to walk and work without pain. The simple, miraculous provision of food on your table. You have learned in the barren wilderness that these are not small things. They are everything. This new, heightened awareness of my constant, gentle provision will fill your days with a quiet joy and a continuous undercurrent of worship. You will find yourself whispering, "Thank you," throughout your day for things others do not even notice. I want you to let this praise be continually on your lips, my child, not as a dry religious duty, but as the joyful, spontaneous overflow of a heart that is truly awake to my goodness. Praise is a powerful spiritual key. It is the key that keeps the door of your heart wide open to my presence and my voice. It is the act of faith that shifts your entire focus from the magnitude of your problems to the infinite magnitude of your provider. And know this, a truly grateful heart is a powerful magnet for miracles. When you choose to live in a state of thanksgiving, even when circumstances are not yet perfect, you are aligning your spirit with the very frequency of heaven. This spiritual alignment draws more of my goodness, more of my favor, and more of my provision into your life. Your thanksgiving will literally open the heavens over you and usher in greater and more frequent blessings. And finally, I want you to frequently remember where I brought you from. Remember the pit of despair. Remember the night of relentless fear. Remember the valley of lack. Not to dwell in the trauma, but to let the vivid memory of your deliverance fuel your worship for a lifetime. This practice of remembrance and the deep gratitude it produces will be your greatest protection against the twin thieves of pride and entitlement that so often accompany great blessing. A truly grateful heart can never be an arrogant heart. It keeps you humble, it keeps you dependent, and it keeps you in that sweet, intimate place close to me, the giver of every good and perfect gift. My wise builder, you now have the blueprints and the tools, but the deepest intimacy, the very source of the courage you will need, is what I long to give you now. To turn away at this point would be like building a beautiful house but choosing to live outside in the cold. It would grieve me to see you live off the memory of this encounter when I am inviting you into my very heart. Stay, for the greatest reward is still to come. My child, during the long and arduous season of your battle, your spiritual ears were necessarily filled with noise. There was the constant clashing sound of spiritual warfare. There was the loud, menacing voice of the enemy shouting his accusations and lies. There was the frantic, pounding beat of your own anxious heart. It was a season of divine static, a time when it was difficult to hear my voice above the clamor of the fight. But now the battle is over. The striving has ceased. The enemy has been silenced. And I am speaking a word over your soul. Peace. Be still. I am turning down the volume of the world, silencing the endless distractions and demands. I want you to feel a great, holy, and profound quiet settling over your spirit. This quiet is not an emptiness. It is a sacred space I am creating for us. In this holy quiet, I am extending a tender and personal invitation to you. Hear me whisper it in your spirit. Come away with me, my beloved. This is not a summons to more work. This is not a call to another assignment. This is an invitation to cease from all your labors and to simply be with me. It is time for a deep and profound restoration of our intimacy. For too long, our conversations have been about the battle plan, about the strategy for survival. Now, I want to talk with you heart to open heart, as a father to his cherished child, as a king to his trusted friend. It is time for us to walk together in the garden in the cool of the day again, with no agenda other than the sheer joy of being in each other's presence. The trial, in all of its anguish, gave you a priceless and eternal gift. It made you desperately hungry for me. It was a painful but necessary stripping away of all your other comforts, all your other supports, all your other idols. It left you with nothing and no one but me. And in that place of utter dependence, a deep, authentic, and all-consuming longing for me was born in your soul. You now long for me above all else, not just for what I can do for you, but for who I am. And I promise you, my beloved, I will not disappoint that holy longing. I am going to satisfy the deepest thirst of your soul. I am drawing you closer to my heart, into the very inner chamber of my presence, in a way you have never experienced before. You will begin to feel my love and my presence in a way that is more real and tangible than the very air you breathe. In this secret place of quiet communion, I will gently restore the weary and traumatized parts of your soul, and I will begin to tell you my secrets. I will share with you the deeper things of my heart, my unfolding plans for the earth, the hidden mysteries of my kingdom. This is the sacred privilege I reserve for my closest friends. You must understand this, my child. All the other blessings I am pouring into your life, the open doors, the financial provision, the promotion, the new anointing, they are wonderful and they are from me, but they are all secondary. They are not the ultimate prize. This intimate, personal, one-on-one, loving relationship with me is the greatest reward of all. This is the very purpose for which you were created. Everything else is a mere footnote. Our restored intimacy is the true treasure you have won. My child, there has been a great and divine exchange that has taken place in the very core of your being. For many years you were held in bondage by the fear of man. It was a subtle but powerful chain dictating so many of your decisions. The worry about what other people would think of you, the paralyzing fear of their rejection or criticism, the constant exhausting effort to please everyone. This fear caused you to shrink back when I called you to step forward, to be silent when I called you to speak, to compromise when I called you to stand firm. But in the fire of your trial, that chain was melted away. The fear of man has been consumed and replaced by something far more powerful and liberating, a holy, reverential fear of the Lord. You have learned that my opinion is the only one that truly matters. You have learned that my approval is your greatest prize. And when you fear me above all else, a supernatural side effect occurs. You will fear no one and nothing else. This holy fear is the very source of your new and unshakable courage. Because of this, the spirit of timidity and cowardice that once plagued you has been evicted from your soul. I want to say this to you plainly, that spirit was never from me. For I have not given you a spirit of fear, but of power, of love, and of a sound, disciplined mind. The timidity that caused you to hesitate, to second-guess yourself, and to miss opportunities is gone. In its place, I have deposited within you a holy boldness. You will find yourself speaking my truth with a calm, quiet, and unshakable confidence, utterly unafraid of the consequences. This is not a loud, obnoxious arrogance. It is a deeply rooted conviction that comes from being more concerned with your faithfulness to me than with the fickle applause of man. You will step into situations that once would have terrified you, and you will feel my peace and my power rising up within you, enabling you to do what you could never do on your own. I want you to get this image deep in your spirit. The Lion of the tribe of Judah. My son, the victorious King, roars within you. When you stand to speak my truth or to confront the darkness, it is his kingly roar that your spiritual enemies hear, and they will scatter in terror. This is not your own human aggression or manufactured bravado. This is my divine royal authority being released through your yielded vessel. This divine courage will empower you to advance and to take the new ground that I am giving you. You will step into new territories of influence and purpose without the old hesitation that used to hold you back. So hear my call to you today. It is the same call I gave to Peter on the stormy sea. I am calling you to do things that feel risky to your natural mind. I am calling you to get out of the boat. The safe, predictable, and comfortable confines of your old life are no longer your assigned place. Your place is out on the water, walking in the supernatural with your eyes locked firmly on me. Do not look at the wind and the waves. Do not be afraid. Take that step of faith. I will be there, and I will not let you sink. My child, for so long, you have lived with a mindset that is far beneath your true standing. You have approached me with the quiet posture of a distant servant or even a spiritual orphan, hoping to receive a few leftover crumbs from my table. You have lived with a deep-seated sense of spiritual poverty, always feeling as though you were on the outside looking in, never quite worthy to enter the inner courts. Today, by the authority of my word and the reality of the blood of my Son, I am correcting this false perspective. I need you to hear this and let it redefine your every thought, your every prayer, and your every action. I command you to begin to walk in the full and profound understanding of who you truly are. You are royalty. You are not a servant, you are a son. You are not an orphan, you are a daughter. You are the beloved child of the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords. Your spiritual DNA has been completely and irrevocably rewritten. You have been born again into my royal family. Because you are my child, you are also my heir. This is not a pretty religious sentiment. It is a binding legal reality in the kingdom of heaven. And as my heir, you have full and legitimate access to all the vast resources of heaven. I want you to grasp the scale of what this means. The same infinite wisdom that designed the galaxies and structured the atom is available to you for your daily decisions. The same resurrection power that brought Christ forth from the tomb now lives and dwells inside of you to overcome any obstacle. The same boundless provision that feeds every living creature on this planet is yours to draw upon. You are an heir of God and a joint heir with Christ. This means that everything that belongs to Him also belongs to you. It is your inheritance. You no longer have to beg for what is already legally yours. You simply have to learn to ask and receive with the confidence of a beloved child who knows their Father delights in giving them good gifts. Therefore, I command you today to renounce and reject the poverty mindset that has held you captive. Stop praying small, timid, hesitant prayers that are based on your perceived worthiness. Stop living as if you have to earn my goodness or beg for my attention. That way of thinking is an insult to the immeasurable price my Son paid to adopt you into my family. You are not a burden to me. You are my joy and my delight. You are not an afterthought. You are the focus of my affection. And your primary inheritance is not even material, though that is certainly included. Your core, foundational inheritance, the very currency of my kingdom, is righteousness, peace, and joy in the Holy Spirit. These are your birthright, and because of this royal position, your words now carry the authority of the throne. You have been given the authority to decree a thing and see it established. When you align your words with my word and speak my promises over your life, all of heaven mobilizes to back your decree. So begin today. Claim the promises in my word as your own. They are not just nice suggestions. They are the legal, blood-bought titles and deeds to your vast and glorious inheritance. Walk like a child of the King, because that is who you are. My weary child, come and sit with me. I want you to hear these words and let them sink down deep, past all the noise and into the quiet center of your soul. The test is over. You have passed. You no longer have anything left to prove. For so much of your life, you have been striving. You have been performing. You have been desperately and exhaustively trying to prove your worth to me, to others, and most of all to yourself. Your life has felt like a spiritual treadmill, running as fast as your legs can carry you, pouring out sweat and tears, yet feeling like you are perpetually in the same place, never truly arriving at a place of rest or acceptance. You have worked so hard to be a good Christian, to get everything right, to manage your own sanctification. Today, my beloved, I am reaching out my hand and I am pressing the stop button on the treadmill of performance. The running is over. I command you to cease from your own labors and to enter into my rest. Now, do not misunderstand me. This is not a call to passivity or laziness. It is a call to a new way of living and working. It is a call to deep and profound trust. I want you to rest in the finished and perfect work of my Son. Your salvation is completely secure. Your acceptance into my family is total and unconditional. Your future is eternally guaranteed. It is finished. You cannot add a single good deed to what He has already accomplished for you. Your striving to make yourself more acceptable to me is like trying to add a drop of water to an infinite ocean. It is unnecessary. Your work now is not to earn my love, but to simply receive it. Your job is to live out of the victory that has already been won for you. My love for you is not and has never been conditional upon your performance. I do not love you more on the day you felt you did everything right, and I do not love you any less on the day you feel you have failed miserably. My love for you is a constant, unchangeable, foundational reality of the universe. It is based not on your goodness, but on my character. I need you to stop trying to earn what is already freely given. I need you to simply receive my grace. Remember what grace is. It is my unearned, unmerited, undeserved favor. It is my divine ability and my supernatural power coming to you, not because you are strong, but precisely because you are weak. My power is actually made perfect and is most visible in your weakness. The pressure that you have put on yourself to be perfect, to never show weakness, to have it all together, that crushing burden is being lifted from your shoulders today. You do not have to be perfect. You are being perfected by your perfect Father, and I have endless grace for every step of the process. From this place of rest, from this place of being fully and completely loved, just as you are, you will accomplish more for my kingdom than you ever did through all your years of anxious striving. You will finally begin to work from a place of love and acceptance, not for it. And that, my child, is the secret to true and lasting freedom. My child, I want you now to lift your eyes from your own life and your own story and see with a broader, eternal perspective. The great and profound victory I have given you through this test is not just for you. It is not a personal trophy that is meant to sit on the shelf of your own life. This is a generational victory. The breakthrough you have experienced will have ripple effects that will impact your children and your children's children for generations to come. In the midst of your pain, when you were fighting just to hold on, you were actually fighting for more than just your own freedom. You were fighting for the freedom of your entire lineage. In your family line, as in all human families, there have been destructive patterns passed down from one generation to the next. Patterns of anger, of anxiety, of addiction, of lack, of fear, of broken relationships. The enemy fully intended for those same chains to be passed down through you to those who come after you. But by your faith, by your refusal to give up, by your perseverance through this agonizing trial. You have become a pattern breaker. You have stood in the gap between the past and the future. You have drawn a definitive line in the sand with the precious blood of my Son, and you have declared to the powers of darkness, this far and no further. This generational curse stops with me. Through your faithfulness, you are establishing an entirely new legacy in your family. You are laying the foundation for a legacy of faith, of blessing, of emotional wholeness, and of deep, intimate friendship with me. The abundant blessings I am now beginning to pour out on you are not designed to be a dammed-up lake for you to enjoy by yourself. They are designed to be an overflowing river. The peace, the provision, the wisdom, and the joy I am giving you will overflow from your life and touch everyone connected to you. Your home will become a spiritual wellspring, a place of refuge and refreshment that brings blessing to your friends, your neighbors, and your entire community. You yourself are now a bridge that will carry the priceless lessons, the hard-won wisdom, and the powerful blessings you have gained across the chasm of time to the next generation. They will not have to learn the things you learned the hard way. They will build on the foundation of freedom that you have laid for them. Your story will become their instruction manual for victory, and I am establishing my covenant, my solemn, unbreakable promise, not just with you, but with your descendants after you. What the enemy meant for great evil and destruction in your bloodline, I have officially and powerfully turned for the good of many. The very area of your family's greatest historic struggle will now become the area of your family's greatest strength and most powerful testimony. You have been a pioneer, my child. You have forged a new and better path for all who will follow you. My heir, you now understand your inheritance and your freedom. But the final commissioning, the Father's blessing that seals it all, is waiting on my lips. To leave now is to walk away from your own graduation, to miss the final benediction that I am longing to speak over you. My heart waits to release this final exhortation. Do not disappoint your proud father by leaving before the celebration is complete. My child, every part of the trial you have endured, every lesson you have learned, every tear you have shed, it has all been your training. It was your spiritual boot camp, a sacred and necessary preparation. In the fire, you have been trained in the demanding art of unwavering faith. In the long season of waiting, you have learned the difficult but crucial discipline of endurance. In the face of despair, you have become fluent in the language of hope. But you must understand, training is never for its own sake. It always has a greater purpose. Training is for deployment. The season of your intensive preparation in the spiritual barracks is now complete. Today is your graduation day, and with that graduation comes a new and holy commission. It is now time for your deployment into the field of your purpose. I am not sending you out weak, wounded, or empty-handed. I am sending you forth in the full power of my might. You are now armed with the most powerful weapon imaginable, the authentic, irrefutable testimony of what I have done in your own life. You are clothed in the impenetrable armor of my righteousness. You carry the sharp two-edged sword of my spirit, which is my word that you now know not just in your head, but in your heart. You are not going out as a limping survivor, hoping to avoid another attack. You are going forth as a well-equipped, decorated warrior, as a commissioned ambassador representing the King of all kings. You carry my authority and my presence with you into every room you enter, and every situation you face. As my ambassador, you now carry a specific and urgent message. It is a message of reconciliation to those who feel distant from me. It is a message of redemption to those who feel defined by their past. It is a message of profound and resilient hope to a world that is suffocating in despair. Your primary assignment is not to preach sermons, but to live your story. It is to simply be your authentic, restored, and empowered self, and to share what I have done for you as I lead you. And as you go forth, I have a critical and non-negotiable command for you. Do not look back. Do not allow yourself to be drawn back into the memory of the pain and trauma of your past. We have dealt with that. It is under the blood. I have redeemed it. Now you must set your face like flint and look forward to the prize of the high calling I have placed on your life. Your focus must be on the glorious future I am leading you into, not the painful past I have delivered you from. I am sending you out as a brilliant beacon of my light into a world that is shrouded in deep darkness. You are a city that is set on a hill, and you cannot and must not be hidden. Your restored life will shine, not for your own glory, but to illuminate the path for countless others to find their way home to me. Your assignment is clear. Your victory is assured. The outcome has been predetermined by me. Now, my beloved and faithful child, go. Step out of the harbor of your healing and into the vast open ocean of your divine purpose. Oh, my child, as you stand now on the threshold of this new land, ready to walk into all I have declared, there is one final promise I want to anchor deep within your soul. It is the single greatest promise I can make, the one that is the foundation for every other blessing and every other assignment. Above all the things I have said to you today, I want you to hear this as a resounding, unending echo in your spirit. I will be with you. This is my most sacred, solemn, and unbreakable vow to you. The greatest gift I ever have to give is my very self. I want you to understand the fullness of this promise. When I say I will never leave you, it means that my presence with you is continuous and uninterrupted. There will never be a moment, not for a fraction of a second in your day or in your night, where you will face life alone. When I say I will not forsake you, it means that my presence is unconditional. It is not dependent on your performance. Even when you stumble, even when you make a mistake, even when you feel you have let me down, I will not turn my back on you. I will not withdraw my presence in disappointment. My presence is not a reward for your good behavior. It is the permanent reality of your new covenant relationship with me. It was perhaps easier for you to feel your desperate need for me in the fire, in the crucible of your trial. But I promise you, just as I was with you in the furnace of affliction, I will be with you in the palace of your blessing. This is a crucial truth for you to grasp. Do not become so enchanted by my gifts that you forget me, the giver. Do not let the busyness of your new assignment crowd out our intimacy. My presence is not just your emergency rescue service. It is your daily bread. It is your constant companion, the source of your wisdom and decision-making, the wellspring of your joy in moments of celebration, and your anchor of peace in the midst of your new responsibilities. And know this, my goodness and my mercy will be like two faithful heavenly bodyguards. They will follow you, pursue you, and track you down every single day of your life, ensuring that you are constantly surrounded by my loving kindness. And remember, my presence is not just an external reality that is with you. It has become an internal reality that is in you. Your body is the temple of my Holy Spirit. I have made my home in your heart. You do not have to go to a special building or a sacred mountain to find me. You carry the fullness of my presence with you into your workplace, into your home, into the grocery store. In my presence is the fullness, the totality of all joy. And at my right hand, where you are seated with Christ, are pleasures forevermore. This is your eternal, unchangeable reality. Rest in it. Live from it. It is your greatest strength and your most profound comfort. My beloved child, we have come to the end of this sacred conversation. We have reached the end of your season of testing and stand at the glorious beginning of your new life. And as your Father, as the one who has watched your every step, who has felt your every pain, and who has celebrated your every hidden victory, I have one final verdict to pronounce over you. I want you to quiet your heart and receive these words not just as a king's decree, but as the heartfelt declaration of a proud and loving Father. Listen to my heart for you. Well done, my good and faithful child. You have been so faithful. When everything in you wanted to give up, you chose to take one more step. When your heart was breaking, you chose to whisper my name. You held on to hope in the darkest of nights, and you have brought great, immeasurable, and profound joy to your Father's heart. I want you to know with no uncertainty that I am so deeply and completely proud of you. And now, from the fullness of this love, I release my blessing over you. This is not just a wish, it is an impartation of my power and my favor. I bless you and I keep you. I release my supernatural goodness and favor to flow into every single area of your life, and I place you under my divine and all-powerful protection. You are my treasured possession, and I am your shield and your fortress. I make my face to shine upon you. I am turning my full, loving, and delighted gaze toward you. See me now, smiling over you with a father's joy, and I am gracious to you. I am releasing my unearned, undeserved power, my kindness, and my supernatural ability into all of your circumstances. I lift up my countenance upon you. This means I am giving you my full and undivided attention. You are not just one of a crowd to me. You are seen, you are known, you are understood, and you are deeply and completely cherished. And I give you peace, not the world's fragile peace, but my shalom, my divine wholeness, wellness, tranquility, and completeness for your spirit, your soul, and your body, now and forevermore. I want you to open your hands and your heart right now and receive this blessing. Let it saturate your entire being, washing away the last remnants of the trial and filling you with the reality of your new season. The test is over. The past is redeemed. The slate is clean. Your future begins in this very moment. Now stand up and walk. Walk in the fullness of every single thing I have declared over you today. Walk in your freedom. Walk in your new authority. Walk in my unending gratitude. Walk in my unshakable peace. Walk in my unfailing presence. Walk as the beloved, honored, and victorious child that you are. For I, the Lord, the King of the universe, your loving Father, have spoken it, and my word will never, ever fail. My child, with my final benediction now resting upon you, your new season has officially begun, and your heart rightly asks, what is my first act of faithfulness? Your first act is to take the very fire of deliverance you have just received and send it to another soul still trapped in the trial you have escaped. I have declared you a generational blessing, and as it is written, he who waters will himself be watered. Your offering now becomes the first watering of the nations from the wellspring of your own victory. This is not a mere donation. It is your sacred first fruit offering from this new season, a prophetic act that consecrates all the abundance I am about to release to you. When you give now through the Super Thanks membership or the PayPal link below, you are activating the windows of heaven over your future, and I will command the devourer to be rebuked for your sake. Step into your new assignment. Release your first fruit now, my child. This word was not an accident. It was a divine appointment for this exact moment in your life. To seal this decree from my throne, I now call you to partner your faith with a prophetic action. Go to the space below this message and declare with holy boldness, "My test is over today." This is more than just typing words. It is you drawing a permanent line in the sand, a demarcation point between your trial and your triumph. Let this be your first act of walking in your new season, putting all of hell on notice that your battle has already been won. Do it now and feel the shift in your spirit as you agree with heaven. Amen.